Hey y'all, this is Ishnai Ciarfox and welcome to my stream. Oh wait, I was gonna put on some music in the background. I know what I'm doing. I do this all the time. Except when I don't. Yeah. There we go. All right. We have a few little things that are news related in the sense of I haven't covered them, and we kind of I prefer us to get updates. God damn it. Wrong button. There. At least since we've been covering this, I at least want to get these news out here for this. All right. NASA's newly returned astronauts say they would fly on Boeing's Starliner capsule again. Really? Really? By the way, NASA's celebrity astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams said Monday they'd hold themselves partially responsible for what went wrong in their sprint turned marathon and would fly on Boeing's Starliner again. How much did Boeing pay you? Blink twice if they are holding you captive. Blink twice if, you know, they've threatened to kill you. You know, Boeing whistleblowers tend to, you know, disappear for some strange reason. SpaceX recently ferried the two home after more than 9 months at the International Space Station, filling in for Boeing that returned to Earth without them last year. In their first news conference since coming home, the pair said they were taken back by all the interest and insisted they were only doing their job, putting the mission ahead of themselves and even their families. Wilmore didn't shy from accepting some of the blame for Boeing's bungled test flight. I'll start and point the finger and blame me. I could have asked some questions and the answers to those questions could have turned the tide, he told reporters. All the way up and down the chain, we are all responsible. No, you weren't! Both astronauts said they'd strap into Starliner again because we're going to rectify all the issues we encountered. We're going to fix them. We're going to make them work. Williams noted, we're going to make it work, Wilmore added. He'd go up in a heartbeat. The Starliner had a lot of capability, and she wants to succeed. We're all in, she said. The two met with Boeing leadership on Wednesday to provide a rundown on the flight and its problems. It's not for pointing fingers, it's just to make the path clearer for going forward, Williams said. The longtime astronauts and retired Navy captains ended up spending 286 days in space. 278 days more than planned when they blasted off on the Boeing's first astronaut space flight in June 5th. Test pilots had to intervene in order for the Starliner capsule to reach the space stations, and the thrusters failed and the helium leaked. But that's what I wanted to read to you. Also, did you know that they won't get overtime for that? No hazard pay, no overtime, there's no comp tied. Mike Massey, a veteran of 2 space shuttle missions, told Market Watch. There's no financial incentive to stay in space longer. NASA spokesperson confirmed to Fortune they paid a 40-hour per week salary with no additional pay for holidays or weekends, despite the fact that they're literally at work after work. They added that astronauts receive incremental amounts each day they're in space, but since they're on a long-term temporary duty, it's only about $5 per day. That's about $1,430 for the entire 286-day stay. Think about that. I just wanted to read that loud. And this is an update I just want people to know. 23andMe is bankrupt, and here's what it means for your genetic data. As soon as the genetic company 23andMe filed for bankruptcy on March 23rd, 2025, concerns about what happened to the personal information contained in its massive genetic health and information database were swift and widespread. A few days after, a U.S. judge ruled that the company could sell its consumer data as part of bankruptcy. The attorneys generals of several states warned their citizens to delete their genetic data. California urged its citizens to request that 23andMe delete their data and destroy their spit samples. Michigan's Attorney General released a statement warning that 23andMe collects and stores some of the most sensitive personal information, our genetic code. When customers originally signed up for 23andMe, they agreed to terms and conditions and a privacy notice that allows the company to use their information for research and development, as well as share their data in aggregate with third parties. If the consumer consented to additional research, which a vast majority did, the company can additionally share their individual information with third parties. 23andMe has been clear that if it is involved in bankruptcy or sale assets, consumer information may be sold or transferred. While 23andMe has warned customers all along about everything is currently happening, many are still surprised and concerned. I'm a lawyer and bioethicist who's been studying direct-to-consumer genetic testing for almost a decade. Understanding what information 23andMe is collecting and how might it be used if sold or shared can help clarify concerns for our consumers. This is the person who's writing this. What is 23andMe? In 2007, 23andMe, named after 23 pairs of chromosomes found in the human cell, was one of the first direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies opened in the United States. It was backed by a large investment by Google, which quickly attracted the interests of other investors, allowing 23andMe to thrive while many other direct-to-consumer genetic companies went quickly out of business. The direct-to-customer business model is fairly straightforward. A customer orders a genetic test kit online, spits into a tube that comes in the mail, and returns it to the company and accesses their results on an online portal. Over 15 million consumers bought 23andMe, and a vast majority consented to its research. At its peak, the company was valued at $6 billion. While the market initially believed that the value of 23andMe's business model, its stocks has been in decline for years, and the company owes hundreds of millions of dollars to creditors. The reasons for this rapid decline include a decrease in the sale of test kits after a 2023 hack of almost 7 million people's data, as well as a failure to profit enough from providing data access to other private sector companies. Lack of private interest in 23andMe may be related to the fact that much of the information the company collects is self-reported, which is often considered less reliable than information written down by a doctor in a medical record. While the saying goes, if you're not paying, you're the product, 23andMe managed to convince its customers to both pay and be the product. It did this by selling genetic testing kits to customers, as well as collecting a massive amount of their valuable data. And 23andMe collected more than just genetic data generated from customers' spit. 85% of customers consented to 23andMe research, allowing their individual level data to be used for studies. The company then collected information from survey questions about their personal health and beyond, such as drinking habits and risk tolerance. This means that not only does 23andMe possess genetic data of 15 million people, but it also possesses almost 1 billion additional data points associated with this genetic information. This makes 23andMe data set potentially very private and very valuable. At first, drug companies seem to agree. For example, in 2018, 23andMe granted pharmaceutical company GlaxoSmithKline an exclusive license to use consented customer data to develop new drugs. GlaxoSmithKline also made a $300 million equity investment in 23andMe. When 23andMe went public in 2021, its $6 billion valuation reflected the promise of this business model. But for over a decade, scholars, including me, have been warning that allowing 23andMe to collect and use personal data was not the one that customers fully understood or were actually comfortable with. Why should 23andMe customers worry about? What should 23andMe customers worry about? In response to the current public concern about data privacy, 23andMe have stated that there will be no changes to how it stores and protects data during its
Hello, friend.
Hi, Maddox. We're just going over some important thing before we go into the whole autism stuff. How are you doing, hon? Because I feel like at least getting people to know about the 23andMe stuff is important before we get going. During its bankruptcy proceedings. But once that stage is through, what exactly should customers worry about? First, law enforcement could use genetic information in civil or criminal cases. This happened in 2018 when police used the genetic testing company GED Match to help identify this Golden State Killer. Police pretended they were customers looking for genealogy data and sent in old crime scene blood spot. This allowed them to connect to known suspects with blood relatives who have given their genetic information to the company as consumers. While this is in violation of GED's Match's own policies, the evidence was successfully used in court. Second, genetic information could be used to discriminate against customers if it shows that they have or are at high risk of developing a genetic disease or disorder. The Federal Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act prohibits health users and employers from asking about genetic information or using it to discriminate in work or health insurance decisions. It does not, however, protect against discrimination in a long-term care or life insurance. Many of the warnings from the media and attorney generals are focused on the genetic information because it's unique to only one person. But direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies also retain a massive amount of personal information from the surveys consumers are asked to complete. Much of this information could be embarrassing if it were inadvertently or intentionally revealed, such as a person's intelligence. In the 2025 book Careless People, former Meta executive Sarah Wynne Williams reported that Facebook would use indications of self-consciousness about personal appearance, such as deleting a selfie, to promote beauty products. If a company knows such intimate details about a person, they would not only be used to sell products, but also potentially manipulate them over social media or an internet in ways they do not realize. This could be used for targeted advertising or building algorithms that exploit a person's vulnerabilities. I believe consumers are right to be worried about how their genetic data could be misused, but the survey data contains all sorts of other personal information that are at least as much, if not more, of a privacy problem. It's particularly concerning if the data pooled together with other information available on the internet, like a dating profile, to create another detailed and personal picture of an individual. All right, now actually on to the autism stuff. But yeah, I figured that was important to share if anybody had in my audience done 23andMe. And I'm going to admit, I wasn't originally going to do autism for this month. Nearly all the links that I had originally were on my old phone. And I was told that it would be transferred over to the new phone. They didn't end up on the new phone. So I literally was spending an hour. I decided, well, I might as well do autism since it's Autism Awareness Month. So here we are. Britons show a huge lack of... a lot of this is coming from one person because, like I said, I had an hour. And I will shout out their YouTube page, which is... Let me find it. Well, I mean, they're the studies from it because she will post the studies along with the stuff. I'm autistic, now what? That is who it is, so, alright. And she's based in Great Britain, so some of these are from Great Britain, though I have some that are not. Britons show that a huge lack of knowledge and misconceptions about autism. People in the UK have a huge lack of knowledge and misconceptions about autism, according to a charity which measures attitude in autism and is planning to track changes in these attitudes over time. Oh god. Autistia. A research charity has announced it's developing autism attitudes index in a bid to change public perception about autism and autistic people. The charity has commissioned a survey which revealed nearly 30% of people... Why is there space there? In Britain are unsure whether autism can be cured, or over a third believe it is a learning disability. It also found that nearly half of adults think we're all somewhere on the autism spectrum, and 39% believe that autistic people lack empathy, a common myth that often means autistic people are left out of social relationships. Yeah, what's empathy? No. We need to learn what the world is like for autistic people. Autistic... if I can't hear it aloud, I'm not going to be able to say it correctly. Dr. James Kolsak, the only openly autistic chief executive of a major national charity, said, "These findings reveal a huge lack of knowledge about autism across the UK and clearly shows that our awareness isn't enough. As a society, we need to learn and grasp what the world is like for autistic people. Only when we make an effort to properly understand can we truly create an equal society for all." He added, "Throughout my life, I have received many remarks about being autistic. People are often surprised that I can do things like driving a car, living on my own, and even being married. I've even had it suggested that having children as an autistic person isn't fair on them." The Autism Attitudes Index is a unique project when it comes to fully uncovering and understanding the public's views and beliefs about autism. We'll work closely with autistic people and their families to understand the negative attitudes they experience in their everyday lives and collaborate with the world-leading researchers to create a series of fixed questions that sensitively measure and track changes year to year. The reason why people will come up and say that I don't have autism is I'm too empathetic. And it's not a good thing, first of all, because empathy can get you in a lot of trouble. And it's not a brag. Some people say that, oh, I guess humble brag is the way to put it. But I'm not trying to do that. I'm not. Sorry. Lack of understanding exacerbates difficulties faced by autistic people. A lack of widespread understanding of autism makes the difficulties autistic people face worse and leads to further exclusion of autistic people across society, it said. Around 1 million people in the UK are autistic, though not all have received official diagnosis. Autism affects people affects the way people communicate and experience the world, and every autistic person is different. You know, the saying goes, if you've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person. Some autistic people can live and work on their own without the need for support, while others may have intellectual disabilities and others co-occurring conditions that need different levels of care and support in everyday life. There is no single cause or genetic factor that leads to autism. Autistic characteristics can present early in childhood or transitions during childhood and adolescence. However, many people only receive diagnosis in adulthood, like I did. I didn't get diagnosed until I was going through. It wasn't as severe of a burnout I've ever had, but it wasn't a good burnout. Well, at least I don't think. No, thinking on it, I was getting to a burnout. I wasn't quite at a burnout yet. However, many people only receive diagnoses in adulthood. This can be because they have mastered the art of masking autistic traits and behaviors to fit into a neurotypical non-autistic world. According to the study, there are too few diagnostic services for autistic adults, with unacceptably long waiting lists and a general lack of appropriate post-diagnostic support. Alexander Blake, an autism support worker who is autistic himself, said, "The negative attitudes I've witnessed are people saying I have no empathy, or if you're trying to educate someone, then replying with sorts of everyone's autistic, which is odd. We're all different, aren't we? My way of showing empathy can be different to how my girlfriend will show empathy. It's just understanding that, just being open-minded and understanding that an autistic thought process are different than neurotypicals." All right. Misdiagnosis of autism for mental and personality disorders. Out of curiosity, what in your life will actually change if you get a diagnosis? Will you be kinder to yourself? But I mean, it's just throwing this out there. Would you be kinder to yourself on that it's not just in your head kind of thing? Even though it is in your head, but I mean, it's not like you're it's something that it's been over a revealing my age. It's been over a decade since I was diagnosed as autism. And it is only until recently, or I guess because I found more creators that are like that, that I understand how can I put it? Even when I knew I was autistic for the longest time, I was still very, very mean to myself when I couldn't do things right, because there was a feeling of still feeling like you were broken. And it's not like I'm not saying I don't feel that way. It's not as bad as it was. But would it be perception of yourself or how other people will perceive you? It's none of their goddamn business. it's not really being treated differently. I know that people sit there and go, you want to be treated the same, but ooh, one of the things, how can I put it? When I was in an abusive relationship, he was like, "Oh, I'm treating you like how you want to be. You don't want to be treated special or anything." Um, and the thing is, it's not that I want to be treated special. I want an understanding. That sometimes I'll say things not out of malice, or I'm not saying things like, if I'm asking a question or oversharing, it's not when I'm trying to describe something or like explain. I'm not over explaining because I'm trying to manipulate you or lie to you. I'm over explaining because I'm not sure if what I'm saying is being understood by you. In what way in my mind I'm perceiving I am being clear with my answer. You know? Because heaven knows, like, sometimes when I rewatch some of the streams I have with Haru and DV, I notice that I'm trying to explain stuff to them that in my mind is very clear what I'm trying to say, but they aren't getting it. And it's not because, you know, and they aren't immediately getting mad at me and thinking that I'm, trying to be purposely obtuse. Kind of thing. There's a difference. It's not really treating me different. It's just understanding me different. I guess that's a better way of putting it. Misdiagnosis of autism for mental and personal disorders. Why autism spectrum disorder is sometimes mistakenly misdiagnosed. Autistic adults often come first into contact with medical service because of symptoms of depression, anxiety, or suicide, unaliving. Because of this, autism is sometimes misdiagnosed for other conditions, including mood disorders, ADHD, and personality disorders. I, however, do have both ADHD and autism because they can overlap. But I was originally diagnosed with ADHD. A recent interview with Cargan McCurry, an ex-Olympic rower from Kurtry of ex-Olympic rower from UK, revealed that she was diagnosed with autism after living with a misdiagnosis of bipolar disorder for 5 years. I was nearly diagnosed with bipolar. Nearly. But I was not. In the interview, McCurtree tried to state that the symptoms that characterized bipolar disorder didn't seem to explain how she felt. The treatments she received, which include mood stabilizers and antipsychotics, gradually caused her to gain weight and had other side effects that negatively affected her athletic performance. As she researched, she came to believe that many of her symptoms could be explained as autistic rather than bipolar. And the reason why they thought for a while for bipolar was I would have these manic sessions. But it usually wasn't really out of anger or anything. It was, how can I describe my being so overly focused and excited about something that nothing else would break through. Literally. And of course, after the manic sessions, it'd be deep depression, kind of like jump between that emotion. Like I'd be overexcited, very happy, cloud nine kind of thing, and then jump between the two. Ultimately found after 5 years of living with a mixed diagnosis, she slowly, safely, and with medical support came off her medication and received appropriate therapy. By accepting herself as autistic, she gave herself permission to be different and stop molding herself to fit other people's expectations and experiences. As a result, she gained 17 seconds on her time and went to top the UK Olympic team. She went on to establish a charity recognizing neurodiversity in sport. Why and when misdiagnosis occurs? When she was an adult, she received her bipolar diagnosis and later autism diagnosis. This is not uncommon. Many autistic people who do not have an intellectual disability first seek out a diagnosis in adolescence or adulthood. But because autistic adolescents and adults may also experience other psychiatric issues such as mood disorders, unaliving, and anxiety, they often come into contact with healthcare professionals because of those symptoms, as opposed to because of autism itself. Mental health professionals may therefore mistake autistic characteristics for other psychiatric disorders. There are also gender differences in terms of which misdiagnosis people likely received. One small study found that out of 10 women who were misdiagnosed, the most common misdiagnosis was a personality disorder. One person was diagnosed with an anxiety disorder, with the other with psychotic spectrum disorder. In contrast, the majority of a group of 7 men were diagnosed with ADHD, while 2 received a diagnosis of psychiatric spectrum disorders, and 1 received a diagnosis of behavioral issues. This and other research strongly suggests that not only is misdiagnosis a possibility, but diagnosis may be influenced by the biases and past experiences of psychiatrists. I recently worked with a client who had previously been diagnosed with a major depressive disorder prior to seeking out an autism assessment. This client certainly experienced depression at times, but she did not feel like she had underlying depression. Instead, she became depressed because she felt like things in life were harder for her than they were for other people. She tended to become angry at herself because she was frustrated and felt like a failure. The medication she received did little to help her depression because the underlying cause, the fact that she processed and experiences the world in a particular way, had not been altered or addressed. What should you do if you feel like you've been misdiagnosed? If you received a previous diagnosis and feel it does not fit with your experience, or have begun to suspect you might be autistic from your own research, it's important to progress in a safe and sensible manner. I often see clients who, based on what they've seen or read online, think they are autistic, but who do not meet the criteria for autism. For some people, their original diagnosis is correct, and even if it turns out that it isn't, you should never stop taking medication or changing a treatment plan without medical support every step of the way. However, if you have a strong suspicion you might be autistic and have, for example, taken the AQ50 screening test, it may be worthwhile to contact your primary care provider to discuss your concerns. Like I said, this is in the UK, so might be a bit different in the United States. Receiving an accurate autism diagnosis makes a huge difference. It allows you to access the right type of support. No, it doesn't. I mean, it kind of does. Let me put it this way. Support systems are very, very needs-based, and even trying to get like on social not Social Security, whatever it is, the thing of Is it social? I don't remember. Assistance, social assistance is kind of hard in the United States. Enables you to focus on accepting that your brain works in a certain way and makes some aspects of life particularly challenging. It helps you more clearly identify the unique skills and processing abilities you may have as a result of being autistic. Like McCurtree, if you have been on a medication for a condition you didn't, in fact, discovering you're autistic can help you avoid being medicated in a way that might be doing you little good and which may even be harmful. To reiterate, consult with your doctor. And also, I am not a doctor. I have not been to medical school. I am a college dropout. Which is sad to say, a lot of autistic people end up not making it through higher education. But, anyways, receiving a correct diagnosis of autism may help you achieve the equivalent of becoming 17 seconds faster at rowing, whatever that might mean to you. All right. We do have a few from the National Autistic Society, but I think I've ordered them around with general themes. Autistic people and masking. Dr. Hannah Letcher is a lecturer, researcher, and speaker and author. Here, Hannah discusses masking in autistic people based on research and her own personal experience. To mask or camouflage means to hide or disguise parts of oneself in order to fit with those around you. It's an unconscious strategy all humans develop while growing up in order to connect with those around us. However, for us autistic folks, the strategy is often more ingrained and harmful to our well-being and health because our societal norms are different to others around us. We often experience greater pressure to hide them our true selves and to fit into that non-autistic culture. More often than not, we have to spend our entire lives hiding our traits and trying to fit in, even though the odds of appearing non-autistic are against us. Masking may involve suppressing certain behaviors we find soothing, but that others might think are weird, such as stimming or intense interests. It can also mean mimicking behaviors of those around us, such as copying nonverbal behaviors and developing complex social scripts to get by in social situations. You have no clue how bad some of those social scripts used to get when I was really, really stressed. Like, BioWare levels of I have a scripted scene out in my head. And 90% of the time, it never went out the way I thought they would have scripted in my head, so I had to pull from other scripts in my head, and it's just... when I was trying to, the fake it till you make it stupid idea, I mean, it might work for some people, and it might work to some degree, but when I was desperate to have and keep a job, when I was doing I don't know why I chose to do it. Oh, wait, no, I know why I was choosing to do it, because the manipulative, narcissistic ex was dead set on me having a job, and I was dead set on pleasing him because, so I would stress myself out and do so much scripting more than I used to do on interactions with people, interactions on where I was going, and all this other stuff to try and get the sale. I never sold anything, if it says anything with a life insurance salesperson, but I mean, I went to like 97, no wait, it was 87, different stops in a day to try and get a single sale, because I was dead set on trying. And it was just, over time, we may become more aware of our own masking, but often it becomes as an unconscious, because it was, you were going to stores, you're going straight to the stores to talk to the owners, and it was more or less cold readings to it, where, like, I knew of the shop, I knew of the people, like, And because all this kind of information was sold online, you knew the basic idea of who owned the shop and talking with them and scripting that out on where like the gatekeepers were usually the people that stopped you from talking to the boss, and you had to have a script to play around with to try and get past the gatekeepers. And then you had to have a script with the actual boss if you got in contact with the boss about life insurance stuff, and it just became... I was faking it till I made it until it absolutely destroyed me. And autistic people, the fake it till you make it is very harmful. And this was literally right after I had the brain injury. Well, it was getting better from the brain injury where I was getting my memories back for the most part stuff. And but yeah, the scripting, social scripting is... I've always done it to some degree, but to the degree that I did it to try and keep that job, over time, we may become aware of our own masking, but often it begins as an unconscious response to social trauma before we've even grasped... Wait, no. With this comes a great need to be like others and avoid the prejudice and judgment that comes with being different. And I appreciate... It's in the past. I appreciate it's not brushing off your comment either. It's just how things were, and I appreciate it. It sounded like that was rude. Yay! I'm trying to get this... I'm hoping I'm not being confusing to you on that. Over time, we may become more aware of our own maskings, but often it begins as an unconscious response to social trauma before we even grasp our differences. I was 23 when I received my autism diagnosis, and it was only through learning more about masking I realized how my diagnosis has been hidden for so long. It wasn't that my autistic traits weren't there, they'd just been in disguise for so long. And the reason why I found out a lot of my autistic traits actually came from the point by which everything broke down for me when my masking finally gave out. And that's the worst place you have to be for that to happen. And, but at the same time, there's a certain amount of liberation to that because you don't have to rebuild it as much. I mean, there is a certain amount of masking that you still have to do, but it's just putting the pieces back together, but not having to keep the mask. The strategy of masking shows how clever and resourceful our young minds are at finding ways of coping. At some point in our lives, like during job interviews, it may have even been useful. However, just because a coping strategy was once useful doesn't mean it will always be. Studies are now beginning to find how detrimental to our mental health masking can be. Bradley Al 2021, Hull EL 2019. Autistic people who mask more show more signs of anxiety and depression, and the strategy may be even linked to an increase of unaliving behaviors. There are several reasons why this could be. First, masking uses up vital resources that we can't use in other areas of our lives. To put it simply, it's exhausting. I still find myself regularly battling autistic burnout and periods of mental health crises from the strain of trying to adapt myself to live in a world that just isn't adjusted for my way of thinking. Also, it stops us developing our true identities. The pressure to fit in means we rarely have time or energy to do the things we want to do, or to behave like our true selves. In my late 20s, I realized how little I knew about myself. As I went into a deeper and deeper mental crisis, I came to the realization that I had no idea who I was or even what I liked. Everything I knew in some way was connected to how I thought I should be. Ironically, a study I recently conducted with colleagues found out that masking didn't change the judgments that non-autistic peers made towards autistic people's social behaviors. Even when an autistic person is masking, the non-autistic people will still rate them more harshly than non-autistic peers if they don't know they are autistic. This unconscious bias is evident through society for anyone deemed to behave or think atypically by neurotypical standards. Awareness and understanding. The best solution to reduce the need for autistic people to mask is to spread awareness to non-autistic people of different neurodiverse behaviors and thinking patterns. When a non-autistic person, when non-autistic people know someone is autistic, they seem to judge them less harshly. However, the strategy is not an easy one and will take years and effort before it's fully ingrained in our society. Our only other option for the time being is to focus on protecting ourselves and improving our own mental health and well-being. This doesn't mean stopping masking altogether. It just means being more aware of how we use the strategy to cope and what effect it has on us. Self-awareness is the first key. From that follows self-compassion and kindness to rid ourselves of all the stigma we have internalized. The worse we feel about ourselves, the more we mask, and the more we mask, the worse we feel. By learning how to change the negative thoughts and feelings we have of ourselves from masking, we even find the need to mask less. I've been embarking on this journey for over a decade, and it has involved plenty of ups and downs. In my book, Taking Off the Masks, I've described some of the techniques I've found useful. I've also included the lived experiences of other autistic people to create a collection of resources that help improve the mental health and well-being of those who mask. For example, the method I found most useful was recording in my journal those situations in which I masked and how that made me feel. I then set about doing some behavioral experiments where I would consciously unmask myself in safe environments and record whether my worst fears were met or how it made me feel. More often than not, my worst fears of being judged or embarrassing myself were not met. Autistic people may find it helpful to speak to a therapist or professional for support if thinking about using these types of behavioral experiments. One of the things about the, learning when to mask and when you not, and where I use it and stuff. One of the things that has made, I guess, the holidays more enjoyable for me, because I felt more happy during the Christmas season right after actually Christmas Day than I do leading up to Christmas. Because all the social events, all the family events, any amount of stuff of going out, being with people, and having to have that mask off. Mask on, and just being exhausted by it, and knowing after Christmas, didn't have to worry about that for a while. It's like a release period where I could enjoy both the problem with Christmas also is I like the lights, but sometimes the lights become too much. I like the jingling of the bells, but the jingling of the bells sometimes becomes too much. So it just became this thing of where I could finally relax and enjoy it at my own pace of Christmas in the next, 12 days of Christmas kind of area that wasn't, the 25th of December. Because I sleep more during, it's not just because the seasons change and all this other stuff where it becomes darker and I become a fucking squirrel and curl up in bed and not want to get out and sleep all the time. Yesterday was World Autism Awareness Day. World Autism expert explains why stimming is important. Stimming, short for self-stimulatory behavior, is a form of self-soothing commonly seen in autistic people. It can involve repetitive movement, sounds, or actions, and is commonly regarded in medical literature as a rigid, repetitive behavior. This type of framing tends to cast stimming in a negative light, leading to health professionals and teachers and even parents trying to stopping. But stimming is a vital self-protective strategy for autistic people, and suppressing it can have serious consequences. While stimming isn't unique to autism, autistic people tend to have stim more frequently, and sometimes in more noticeable ways. This often involves physical movements such as hand flapping, rocking, spinning, or tiptoeing. I walk on my toes, by the way. I tiptoe. In fact, that's all I do. I walk on my toes. Rocking, I kind of do. Not as bad as I used to. I fidget with my fingers. Fidget with my hair. One of the things I do that annoys the fuck out of my mom when we're driving is I start scratching my face. Like picking at it, scratching, anything. To the point where sometimes she reaches over and grabs my hand the one hand that's doing it and puts it back on the steering wheel or holds it. Because I will have one hand on the steering wheel, don't get me wrong. And apparently picking under the chin is a big thing for autistic people, especially girls, from what I've heard. Many autistic people also use different objects in repetitive ways, such as lining them up in patterns or keeping hands busy with everyday items or STEM toys. This is something Mom jokes that she should have realized it earlier to some degree. Besides with the... Well, the thing is, the tiptoeing wasn't... Because I've always done that. But that should have been one of the clues. But one of the other clues was when we'd have movie night every Sunday... when we got guinea pigs, there was this big gallon jug of a mixture of corn and dried corn and sunflower seeds. And I knew that my guinea pig and a few of the other guinea pigs, because we had one for my sister, one for my mom. I think Sweetie likes both. But Delight... Well, we then got Ruby too, but Delight and mine Cuddles, like sunflower seeds more. So I would sit there with that big gallon jug and separate them. So I had to separate this huge thing while sitting there watching a movie, separating the dried corn from the... You know, sunflower seeds. But stimming goes beyond movement and can involve any sense. Some people stim through sound, repeating words or phrases because they're satisfying to hear or say. There are certain words that Mom knows that when I am in, and I'm not going to repeat them here. It's not that that feels too personal on it, but also because I know that I have done it on stream. Is certain words that I will say, even if I'm a thought that I don't like crosses my mind, or it's a soothing kind of word. And it's kind of embarrassing that it comes through even on stream sometimes. The repetitive word that I like to say. Others engage in scripting, like having conversations that follow a set pattern or rewatching favorite films for the comfort or predictability. Oral stims such as chewing on pins. I don't wanna, because y'all will know immediately. Alright, fine. When I say kitty, sometimes it's not because the cat is there, it's because it's a comfort word for me. Yeah, just saying kitty. Even if the cat's not there, it's... Others engage in scripting, like having conversations that follow a set pattern or rewatching favorite films for the comfort of predictability. Oral stims such as chewing on pens, God forbid my poor drawing apparatuses. Clothing or jewelry are common. When considering this broad sense, many people, autistic or not, have at least one form of stimming. Yet autistic children often encouraged to stop theirs, with alternatives like keeping their hands in their pockets instead. Oh my god, I had to do that. These substitutes don't offer the same sensory input, however, and can make self-regulation more difficult. I mean, watching favorite movies for the comfort of predictability. And the thought that occurred to me is, recently I've been having a bit of problems, the personal wise, and then the thought that occurred to me is, oh my god, have I been running Copied Factory over and over in Final Fantasy XIV because I'm having a stimming moment? Hi, I love beds. How are you? This article is about why stimming is important. And pretty much everything else tonight is about autism in some form or another. But also, running Copied Factory over and over again. The excuse I had in my head originally was to make it because I'm good at it and it makes me feel good to be good at something for once. But now it might actually be self-stimming. Every day, all day for... It was later on. For a while... Now, this isn't calling my cousin autistic, because I don't think he is, but one of the things when he was a kid, we watched over and over again, and this is gonna say my age, goddammit, is we watched Toy Story over and over and over again, and I swear I think I still remember the lines even with my brain injury. But as soon as it was over, we'd have to push the tape back in and then rewind it and watch it over again. That might be masochistic, actually. Because you're not really doing much. Well, at least in Copied Factory, I feel like I'm doing something. And I know the movements of the bosses so well that it's just almost... It's nice that I know what to do when I realize he's holding his, pulling his arms all the way up or pulling his arms chest, with Ingalls and stuff. I mean, the cutscenes are amusing, yes. Though, weren't some of them voiced? I remember, I played it for a while back with before I came back, of course, later on to start the new stuff. The new profile, of course, this time around on my own. But weren't some of them voiced? All of them voiced, not just the last one? The cutscenes? Because I swear Nero had a voice. It's mostly voiced now. No, it's only really the last one that's voiced. The last... When what's his name is doing his speech about the icons or whatever, not, you know, the gods not listening. Because, bitch, I've killed them. Most autistic adults report lost their natural stems over time. This is either through conscious suppression or because they were conditioned to stop in childhood. Some still suppress stimming out of fear of negative reactions from others, despite it being beneficial to their well-being. There is also evidence that some autistic people are discouraged from stimming in the workplace. Masking. The exact mechanisms behind stimming aren't fully understood yet, but it is widely known that it provides some soothing sensory input, helping autistic people cope with overwhelming environments. Suppressing stimming is uncomfortable in one aspect of masking, which is conscious or unconscious act of not doing natural autistic traits to avoid negative social consequences. Masking is particularly common among autistic women and has been linked to increased anxiety, burnout, and even unaliving. It can also affect education, work, relationships, and overall quality of life. It's crucial for society, especially parents, teachers, and employers, to become more accepting of stimming. Researchers show that greater understanding leads to greater acceptance. The only instances where intervention may be necessary are when stimming is self-injurious or poses a risk to others, in which case a safer alternative stim would be encouraged. Otherwise, the best response is simple: let people stim freely. And if you're autistic, research shows that you can use it to bond with other autistic people. So if you see an autistic adult or child stimming, there's no need to comment or intervene. My mom used to say, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. And that principle applies here too. Stim circle! All right, this is an actual, the National Library of Medicine. So we can be technical, y'all. Let's be technical. Stereotype or repetitive motor movements are characteristic as core features in the diagnosis of autism. Yet many autistic adults and the neurodiversity movement have reclaimed them as stimming. Supported by a growing body of scientific research, autistic adults argue that these behaviors may serve as useful coping mechanisms. Yet little research has examined stimming from the perspective of autistic adults. Through interviews and focus groups, we asked 32 autistic adults to share their perceptions and experiences of stimming, including reasons they stim, any value doing so may hold for them, and their perception of others reacting to the stims. Using thematic analysis, we identified two things: stimming as one, self-regulatory mechanism, and two, lacking in social acceptance. But it can become accepted through understanding. Autistic adults highlight the importance of stimming as an adaptive mechanism that helps them soothe or communicate intense emotions or thoughts, thus object to treatment that aims to eliminate the behavior. The same way mom knows something wrong when I say certain words, because like there's a thought that is intense emotions when I say those certain words. It is not Tourette's. That's something different. But yeah, kind of like the kitty words, saying the word kitty. Research suggests that non-autistic people often misunderstand the behaviors of autistic people. Kubo! What? You always say Kubo. I don't know. I don't say Kubo randomly. I could. But it doesn't have the same kind of, feeling to it. Let's understand the behavior of autistic people. Frasso, Sanson, Pickin, 2015, Shepard, Pillai, Wong, Rupa, and Michael Mitchell, 2016, likely contributes to autistic people's social communications challenge. This particularly applies to motor stereotypes such as hand or finger flapping or complex whole body movements. American Psychiatric Association, 2013. Since the initial accounts of autism, Asperger's, 1944 to 1991, Kaner, 1943. These behaviors have been considered as self-simulatory, acts that shut out external stimuli and interfere with the person's and others' focus, Lilly and Press. In addition, treatments to control, eliminate, modify, or reduce motor stereotypes remains popular clinically in research. I want to look. I had a thought. Oh yeah. I had heard that the root of ABA therapy actually comes from the same person who created gay conversion therapy. ABA therapy is what a lot of people call autistic conversion therapy. But yeah, it is created by the same person. Think about that for a second. And usually, that's usually what they do is for getting rid of those motor stereotypes. Autistic adults have led the resistance to these efforts, the lead press, reclaiming self-simulatory behavior as stimming. Nolan McBride, 2015. As autistic adults may understand one another better than non-autistic people understand them, the study sought to examine autistic adults' perceptions and experiences in stimming, and that was Gersbacher, Stevenson, and Dern, 2017. Gillespie, Lynch, Cap, Brooks, Pickens, and Schman, 2017. Kodeman, Co-Media, 2015. Milton, 2014. The study sought to examine autistic adults' perceptions and experiences in stimming. Theoretical perspectives suggest that stimming has a sensorimotor basis. Delanco, 1974, theorized that excessive and insufficient and ineffective sensory processing causes all autistic behaviors, grouped into sensorisms, producing stimming as a controllable response. Similarly, Oreniz, 1974, and Oreniz and Rivito, 1968, described autism as a syndrome of perceptual inconsistency, with motor output like stimming needing to modulate inconsistent sensory input. In support of this theory, autistic people have known to show high behavioral and neurological variability to the same basic stimuli over time. Colbert, Collinger, Markham, 1959, Haig, 2018. Ugh. Numbers, lots of them. Furthermore, more recent theories have suggested that stimming may provide familiar and reliable self-generated feedback in response to difficulties with unpredictable, overwhelming, and novel circumstances. Lawson, Rees, Fritson, 2014, Pelicano, and Burr, 2012. As such, stimming may provide not only relief from excessive sensory stimulation, but also emotional excitation such as anxiety, Leakum, Pryor, and I am so sorry, sir. Oh, Jarovic, 2011. Consistent with these suggestions, autistic group adults report that stimming provides a soothing rhythm that helps them cope with distorted or overstimulating perception and resultant distress. Davidson, 2010. And can help manage uncertainty and anxiety. Joyce, Honey, Leacom, Barrett, and Rogers, 2017. Reflecting the aims of popular interventions, language surrounding the topics of stimming is often pejorative. Jolson, Akhtar, 2018. Researchers sometimes assume that stimming falls within voluntary control and has asocial or antisocial motivations. Jeswal, Akhtar, 2018. Lilly in Press. For example, a prominent review of repetitive behaviors in autistic people attribute to onset stimming as a self-imposed restricted environment. Leacom at al. At 2011, page 577. Stimming has also become so associated with autism that some scientists and clinicians use the term stims interchangeably with autistic behavior. Dunanlan, Hill, and Leary, 2013. Furthermore, therapies continue to treat stimming despite lacking strong evidence of efficiency or ethics. Jolson, Acker, 2018, Lillet, and Press. While researchers increasingly acknowledge limitations in the understanding of and interventions of stimming, Horup, 2015, Patterson, Smith, Gillen, 2010, treatments may remain popular in part because many parents regard it as noticeable and stigmatizing. Kilinar, Link, Balian, Fischbach, 2016. Autistic people have become increasingly mobilized and vocal in defense of stimming. Autism rights or neurodiversity activists believe that stims may help serve as coping mechanisms, thus opposing attempts to eliminate non-injurious forms of stimming. Osini and Smith, 2010. They decry practices such as quiet hands, which uses the suppression of hand flapping instead using loud hands as a metaphor for being both using nonverbal behavior to communicate and for cultural resistance more broadly. Bascom, 2012. In addition, autistic scholar activists denounced attempts to reduce their bodily autonomy. Nolan and McBride, 2015. Reicher, 2017. The declarations of their stimming is unacceptable or as necessarily involuntary. Gear, 2016. This research, co-produced by autistic self-advocates along with researchers who did not identify as autistic, sought to further understand the issue of stimming from autistic adults' perspectives. It builds on only the empirical study, at least to our knowledge, to have directly elicited autistic adults' views on this subject. Stewart, 2015, an online survey, a study of 100 autistic adults, highlighted a wide range of reasoning for stimming, including coping mechanisms to reduce anxiety, 72%, overstimulation, 57%, or to calm down, 69%, kinky. We knew I was going to do that. Percent. Furthermore, 80% of survey respondents report that they generally or sometimes enjoy stimming, with another 11% indicating their enjoyment depended on the particular stim. Yet 72% have been told not to do it. Here we sought to extend Stewart's 2015 work by eliciting autistic adults' views using in-depth, semi-structured, interviewed, and focus groups. Specifically, we aim to examine autistic adults' understanding of repetitive or stimming behaviors, 2, perceptions of the reasons underpinning such behaviors, i.e. why they stemmed, and 3, views on the value, if any, such behaviors. A total of 31 autistic adults, 20 male, 10 female, and 1 non-binary, between the ages of 21 and 65 years old. Why did I say that? 56 years old. There's, say, me, have a learning disability as well, huh? moving letters and numbers around. Of them, 19 took part in interviews, 12 took part in focus groups. The recruitment took place in 2 regions of England, the Southwest and London. To sample autistic adults with wide-ranging needs, the Southwest team recruited interview participants through the residential homes specializing in housing autistic adults, a training center for autistic adults, and existing networks. And this, of course, leads first name. The results. All right, here we go. Participants discussed on what stimming... you can go to this... I'm going to go ahead and post it in here to read other parts of the... Okay. Okay. On the other details about the focus groups and stuff. All right. Participants discussed what stimming compromised and how it affected their lives. In most cases, they described stimming as a series of repetitive motions such as hand flapping, rocking, and flicking. 2 major themes were identified: stimming as self-regulatory mechanism, see Figure 1, and destigmatization of stimming, see Figure 2, each comprising several sub-themes. Themes and sub-themes were robust to both interviews and focus groups. So, I think when I say kitty, as that thing is, it's noisy thoughts. Uncontainable emotion, and then stimming is usually what... Yeah, I know, right? Is usually what happens when I say kitty. It is there is a noisy thought that's going through my mind, and it elicited a behavior that I didn't want or I wasn't wanting at the moment. And maybe thinking the word kitty, since I love cats and my cats calm me down, or just the general essence of the kitty is relaxing to say that word. Because it's usually not sensory overload. It takes a bit to reach that point for me. It used to be a lot higher before with the sensory overload, but it isn't anymore. So, figure harm. De-evaluation, stimming suppressed, transmuted, concealed, acceptance, stimming openly, age, understanding. See, the thing with the suppressing on how I say the kitty thing is when I accidentally do it on stream, I then act like the cat is there, and I'm just saying kitty because the cat is there, not because the cat is actually there. It's because I realized what I just did, and I want to hide it. Stimming was identified as a repetitive, because usually when I say it, like, it's not just like I say it on stream. I say it when I'm out and about with people. When I'm driving and all this other stuff. And Mom knows... Kitty Duffer. I know, but it's still one of those things of... It's one of those self-trained kind of thing, where it's a natural reaction to it that it comes back to mind. I will say it in person, and I'll act like I saw a cat in the background or something, and it's... I didn't mean to say it during the conversation. Oh, look, there's a kitty. No, I just happened to see a cat. I mean, cats can be everywhere. They can be everywhere, so I didn't just say kitty out of nowhere. No. Stimming was identified as repetitive, usually rhythmic behavior that's commonly expressed through body movements. I used to really play with my hair for a while. Meow. Yeah. I don't wear necklaces as much anymore, so I can't do the necklace playing. Many participant, okay. Stimming is identified as repetitive, usually rhythmic behavior that was commonly expressed through body movements, variously described as hand flapping, finger flicking. I do that. Hair pull. I still do the finger flicking or like messing with my fingers, kind of. Hair pulling or pinching. I pinch the face. But also vocalizations, muttering, grunting, stuttering, whistling, singing. Many participants say they experience it as involuntary or unconscious, at least at the beginning of the behavior. Although many describe stimming as automatic and uncontrollable, no participants consistently and inherently dislike their stims, as opposed to their social consequences. I know, right? Indeed, most participants describe stimming itself as comfortable or calming, suggesting a self-regulatory function, which some participants explicitly identify. The accounts of our participants suggesting that stimming creates a feedback loop that regulated excess emotion and was self-perpetrated because of soothing comfort or control afforded by the behavior. Meow. Our analysis revealed that four sub-themes, including overwhelming environment, sensory overload, noisy thoughts, and uncontainable emotion, those were interrelated. An overwhelming environment was described as producing sensory overload and sometimes contributing to noisy thoughts. Externally generated senses like loud noises, sudden movement from children during lunch times at school, or internally generated thoughts such as nagging worries about work could independently or altogether cause excessive uncontrollable emotions such as anxiety. The internally generated thoughts is the key, I think, now that I'm reading this about when I say kitty. Results in self-regulatory. Yay! We're learning stuff together, aren't we? Regulatory mechanisms and rhythmic behavior known as stimming. The schematic illustrations of the process shown in Figure 1. As one participant, Luke, explains, the regulatory aspect of stimming worked through attending to a single point of focus over which one had control to self-regulate by blocking or reducing excessive input. He suggests that the cause of this either comes externally through sensory bombardment or internally through a flood of thoughts. I'm sorry, Wolf. I mean, it can help. It can definitely help. He describes how he controls the simulation by rotating his wrists. The rhythm enables him to self-regulate his mind and body according to the timing of the predictable movement. It helps you talk to yourself at a rhythmic pace, so when I'm doing this, I can sort of think at the rhythm that I'm moving my hand, which is very helpful because it means, like, when you've got your internal monologue, it doesn't all come out at once, and you find yourself sort of shouting at yourself in your head to get everything done. In turn, the self-stimulating motion calmed the body in time with a pendulum. It sort of metronomes everything in your body to go at that speed. So it just sort of helps quell everything because you're at the same rhythm with everything else. Below we report our four sub-themes in the context of stimming as a regulatory mechanism. Sub-themes 1 and 2, overwhelming environment and sensory overload. Very often, participants described internal causes of stimming as such as confusing, unpredictable, overwhelming environments. This intrinsically led to excessive sensory stimulation, contributing to stressful emotional states. They describe as sensory hypersensitivities as relating to interpersonal difficulties that may generate the need for coping mechanisms such as stimming. Returning to Luke, he described the long hours of working to support people who with so-called severe autism as producing a lot of sensory information that led him to stim quite a lot, especially at mealtimes with service users while at work. The following example illustrates the demands of simultaneous multisensory processing: visual, gustatory, taste, and auditory. Amid the context of long work hours and social responsibilities for others' well-being. I need to be looking out for them, but I've got lots of sort of taste senses coming in, and I've got lots of sound stuff, and I was like tuning into conversations or whatever, and sort of keeping an eye on out in case someone comes up the stairs wanting their meal now, wanting support or whatever. Thus, he usually stimmed when in a room to himself, but sometimes could not help the not being used for eating, just rolling itself around like a sort of circular motion, forcing him to explain his behavior and request more breaks. The social acceptability of stimming in the current context, see theme 2, and the extent to which individuals are aware of... I just had a thought. I remember in middle school, I guess it's one of the reasons why one of my friends told me that the other people thought I was weird and all this other stuff is because I would pick. Like, I'd pick at my skin. I wasn't thinking of it. I didn't realize it. But the sort of overstimulatory the environment that I was in, especially at school, was very harsh in the idea of how the lights would flicker and it would bother me. And it had this light, even with my tendinitis, there's this slight hum that those kinds of fluorescent lights have. And there's a slight flicker that it's really hard to see sometimes, but sometimes when you're, I don't know, my mind would be, it just would seem so much louder. And then, of course, having to deal socially with other people and all this other stuff is I would do stuff like pick at the under my neck and stuff as a stim. Look, I didn't get diagnosed until I was an adult, so which or had aware of and voluntarily controlled over actions, influencing whether stimming took place. Task demands in physical and mental states, energy levels, and emotional well-beings also reportedly influenced stimming. These factors affected how people use stimming to engage with or withdraw from an environment. For example, Max was slightly closing my eyes a fair bit during this interview, which he described as a stim to help him concentrate. The eyes closed is to cut off additional stimuli so I don't get tired, or sometimes when I can particularly obsessively focus on one thing that needs to happen. So, contrary to what would appear in common sense, I close my eyes quite a few times during dances, which I don't understand, because I need to have the other person lead me more than trying to see what's happening. None of the participants describe instances of being too little sensory input or sensory hyposensitivities such as a casual factor for stimming, or generally, but many attributed stimming to what Victor called sensory overload. Subtheme 3, noisy thoughts. Participants describe dysregulated, excessive, or distracting thoughts that lead to stimming, sometimes associated with specific stims. For example, Alex described songs playing in his head that triggered distressing memories, leading to quick rolls forward and backwards on his wheelchair and repeating a word associated with the memory. These thoughts were often triggered by their surroundings and interacting with sensory stimulation. Some of their experiences suggest that the noisy thoughts that led to the stimming were less preventable than the sensory-based causes. This was due to a greater ability to modify their environment than their mental state. For example, Rose described hypersensitivity to noise that threatened to raise her heartbeat, but explained that she could avoid this, for example, by sitting in her car during her lunch break for peace and quiet. In doing this, she stated, I got the environment how I want it, and my stress on the whole now is more self-inflicted, like having an assignment to do, which triggers stim like leg jiggling, finger tapping, and body rocking. Subtheme 4, uncontainable emotion. Most participants identified an abundance of at least one emotional state as the most proximal cause of stimming. No accounts contracted this pathway. The descriptor uncontainable refers to the magnitude of the emotional state, causing its expression through stimming behavior. Stimming served a communicative as well as a regulatory function. Some participants described stimming in response to a positive emotional states, e.g. excitement. So I think me saying kitty is more of an uncontainable emotion than it's respond to negative emotional states. The alliance of emotions, positive or negative, varied, but the potency of the emotion itself emerged as a consistent pattern. The stimming calming state, a state of hyperarousal. As Rebecca explained, stimming is just release of any high emotion. So really anxious, really agitated, really happy, really excited. Any high emotion, that's when I stim. Stimming appears to function to calm. For some participants, particular stims always respond to particular emotions, which means that the behaviors may have effectively communicated the person's feelings, and those close to them may have come to understanding this meaning. For example, with regard to head picking, Sinad explained, my son and husband get really upset if I'm doing that because it means I'm really emotional and stressed. I feel called out suddenly. Because mom knows that I'm stressed when I say kitty. Suddenly out of nowhere. For example, emotional valets may shape specific form the same general behavior takes. For example, several participants explained they flap their hands both when excited or happy, as well as when distressed. And two, Elena and Ethan described that hand flapping due to positive states involved hands open and arms out in a waving-like motion, unlike hands and arms kept further down towards oneself, which is more negative. Although usually described as an instinctive and reactive, according to several participants, stimming could also be under conscious control and used actively to prevent emotional dysregulation. Sally said she learned about stimming soothing benefits through resources, e.g. YouTube videos that help autistic people stim. And I started kind of incorporating it more in my life, and it actually managed to help me starve off some panic attacks. For example, I never used to wave my hands that much, but I started doing it more, and it actually helps, like if I'm in a crowded elevator or something. Theme 2, destigmatization of stimming. The second theme concerning 1, the negative reactions that people perceive when stimming, and 2, destigmatization through acceptance based on social understanding of their stims. Participants described feeling a variety of resentful emotions when told by others to stop stimming, including anger, nervousness, frustration, belittlement, shame, and confusion. They expressed that others might feel annoyed, stressed, or alarmed by their stims, and state that observers might view them as strange, aggressive, sad, ridiculous, or childish. Many wish to avoid drawing negative attention, and in response to feeling marginalized, attempt to suppress their stims in public. They also reported stimming when alone for this reason. A number of times I've screamed kitty while laying down in bed. Anyways, other participants reported transmuting stims, especially when the cats aren't around. Of course, that always calls a cat to me, which is okay, because then I get to, pet the cat. Other participants report transmuting stims to a more socially acceptable form of provided similar feedback. For example, Ethan replaced arm stems with dancing, shaking hands, tennis, chess, and sailing. Alternatively, participants tried concealing stims from view. Repression of stimming happened more as a function of whether people said they felt understood. I wouldn't say that's that far as it goes, but it damn feels like it sometimes. Participants encountered accepting attitudes from others more often in private than in public. This was because of a greater understanding through the others' familiarity with them or their knowledge of autism and reasons for stimming. Several only stimmed freely when they had total privacy, i.e. on their own, or among select accepting family or friends. Figure 2 illustrates the conceptual map developed to try and represent both dimensions of destigmatization and the participants describe. Influences could act either to lead to devaluation or acceptance of stimming. Subtheme 1 includes the promoters of devaluation, and subtheme 2 considers acceptance when the path is mediated through understanding. Subtheme 1, devaluation. Several participants internalize the stigmatization of stimming with ambivalent attitudes despite recognizing the utility of their stems. Rose reported hiding stems, e.e. stimming on her leg rather than on her desk in university, and if I thought anyone could see what I was doing, I could have stopped it. She taught her students to do the same. I try and get students not to display it if they didn't want to be seen as different, telling them, "You're disturbing everyone. You're causing attention for actions like jiggling their legs or fidgeting with their watch." Nevertheless, she admitted, "Stimming helps me calm me, and it cuts down what's going on around and helps me focus," and that suppressing her stems made her feel just sort of a bit more on edge. Pointedly, Rose critiqued the intervention-based ABA, applied behavioral analysis, in which they basically conditioned them to be like Pavlov's dogs to stop stimming, remarking, "To me, it was abuse, because stopping those children stimming when they were trying to calm themselves down or cope with the situation, because even if they managed all the environment around them, there might be situations that they find stressful, and if they haven't gotten the ability to calm down, and they could be relying on other people for the rest of their lives or have a breakdown." In addition to stems that made them feel devalued for appearing weird, participants described stems as being unintentionally that caused unintentional harm to themselves or others. They largely recognized that others will not accept harmful stimming and tried to suppress stimming that caused self-harm. Yeah, ambivalent is more or less neutral. Participants gave several examples of stimming behaviors that cause physical harm to themselves, with no evidence of intentional self-injury, which they did not find helpful regardless of social context. For example, Max explained that he repeatedly pressed his fingers together with anxious for sensory feedback, but did not find it helpful because you can get a loop and you can start making your fingers feel leathery if you're not careful. One of the things that when I was really badly stressed, it happened a lot when I was a teenager and stuff, was the picking at the face would turn bloody when I was alone, which is not good for anybody. Nevertheless, all participants gave examples of STEM they found inherently helpful, although they didn't necessarily like it when others noticed their engagement in their behavior. Participants described the annoyance and distraction of their stimming may cause others. Greg described obliviously clicking his nails at home, including near the ear of his wife, who had good hearing and really hates that. Similarly, Sinad described inadvertently bringing pain to her husband. Apparently, I did pinch around his nails or something like that. I really don't know. Sinad's husband brought the behavior to her when she became really sore. That's a bit distressing when you find you're causing harm to someone without realizing you're doing it. The exception came from Sam, who stemmed to antagonize support staff at home. Other participants talk about having to struggle to interpret their stimming as harmful even when others express irritation. They discussed disruption as avoidable if the others did not focus on their stimming activity, or if others became more open-minded. Several participants made declarative statements that their stims were not affecting or hurting anyone or doing any harm, so stated they should be accepted. Similarly, Claire said she understands attempts by others to stop stimming if it's harmful to somebody else or it's annoying to somebody else. But if it's absolutely got no bearing on another person whatsoever, I think people should be allowed to do what they like. Participants reported that as that stimming became less socially acceptable as they got older. Layla defined the stimming in this way. I think stims is the kind of behaviors that either autistic people do or what you do when you're a young child and what you normally grow out of. Several participants often compatible narratives from their own experiences in which they stimmed happily as young children, but by secondary school, 11 to 16 years, norms changed and they had or transmuted stimming once aware of negative judgment. I'm not a kitty mom, I'm Shafid. Yeah, I know, right? This may also reflect greater self-awareness. Probably people saw that me doing the hand flapping, peers might have judged me badly, but until I got into secondary school, I didn't realize that other people were judging me badly for it. Participants' comparisons between childhood and adulthood referred to how stigmatization of stimming infantilizes autistic adults. Sorry. Infantilizes. Who may fear they come across as immature. Roger. When told not to stim as an adult, Clive said he felt belittled as though he is 5, being told off for genuine misbehavior. It makes me feel that age again. I shouldn't feel like I'm in a reception class again, learning basic things. Snad flashed back to the height of stimming when she used to freely enjoy. I remember as a child spinning all the time. Loving spinning and loved swinging and feeling the movement all the time. But then I also realized there was a point where it wasn't acceptable to be spinning anymore. So it actually still feels glorious if no one's around and I can skip or I can spin like I'm breaking the rules. All right. Let's do this and then we'll skip the discussion part and then go to conclusion. So y'all can go through and read the rest. Because I need to get through all this. And some of these are also studies too, so it's going to be a bit of reading. Ugh. Subscene 2, theme 2, acceptance. Acceptance enable participants to feel the freedom to stim openly. Anthony says no one's ever told him not to stim, explaining, I'm in a very autism-accepting environment and grew up in a special school. This attitude liberated him to stim, e.g. hand flapping, foot shaking, rocking. And often as I'm excited or anxious, even though his stimming included the extreme dysregulation of a meltdown phase, in which he rocked but standing and rocking, not sitting. Promoting acceptance through understanding. Understanding held the key to acceptance of non-harmful stimming in autistic adults, according to our analysis. Greg's wife used to work for an autism advocacy organization, so with referring to his stimming, because she understands it, she knows why I'm doing it, she lets me get on with it most of the time. She further practices her professional skills by helping him write an email explaining his autism and stimming in the workplace, which achieved its goal and boosted his productivity as he worries less about stimming. Other participants did not fare as well with their family. For example, Rebecca's aunt, uncle, and grandmother attempted to stop her hand flapping both verbally and physically. She said she felt angry that they've been told 1,000 times why I do it, the reason behind it, and it's not affecting anyone. Hey, Anna! Why am I forgetting how to read stuff when I'm reading stuff all the time? Ardos, how are you? Hi, Ardos. I'm doing well. But I guess it's because I'm going from the laptop's a bit over there and the screen is right here and trying to jump between reading 2 different things. And one of them is black screen and the other was white screen. Yes, it is the study of autistic adults' view on experiences of stimming. We're doing, since it's Autism Awareness Month, we're doing a bunch of autism stuff. And I'm also autistic, so I'm kind of relating stuff for me into these things too, so. In response to another focus group member's comment, it's probably because they don't understand, she remarked, but they should be because they're my family. I hate to say it, the family is always... The results have implications for supporting autistic people. They suggest that many autistic adults agree that with the neurodiversity movement's opposition to eliminating all forms of stimming across all contexts, e.g. traditional use of early intensive behavioral intervention, and the desire for society to accept non-harmful forms of stimming, Bascom 2012, Lillet and Press. Indeed, we found potential evidence of the spread of the movement through the report of Teaching One How to STEM via online courses. Our study suggests that carers, staff, and autistic adults themselves may prevent the need for stimming in certain cases, such as environmental adjustments to reduce the risk of sensory overload. The point of the intervention could therefore be shifted to the overwhelming environment rather than the autistic person themselves. Yet participants describe stimming caused by uncontrollable thoughts as far more difficult to prevent. Possibly, participants struggle to change their thoughts because of the rigidity thinking patterns of characteristics of autistic people, APA 2013. Autistic adults often report low ability to reframe bothersome thoughts to prevent or alleviate distress, Samson, Huber, Gross, 2012. Further researchers could investigate autistic people's accounts regarding the supposed internal causes of their stims, including sensory hypersensitivities, cognitive inflexibility, and the emotional dysregulation, and whether they should address those. Other future directions include investigating the role of stimming. It is the monthly science stream. That's fine, Haru. Other future directions include investigating this role of stimming and potentially related behaviors beyond autism. For example, one might compare stimming in autistic people with fidgeting in non-autistic people, as some scholars, Jolson, Akhtar, 2018, and autistic advocates, Lyndon Smith, 2014, suggest that everyone stims as a coping mechanism. Research beyond autism suggests that children often do not regard their own or others' repetitive behaviors as problematic. Harris, Mion, and Singer, 2008, and that they may offer benefits, concentration for children with attention ADHD. Haru Tanto. Hey, Haru! Haru Tanto, Kraft, Ossoff, and Schwartz, 2016. Greater understanding of such repetitive behaviors may therefore help elucidate appropriate support for a variety of people. All right, I found this interesting. I know it's not a science article, but this is done a good practice guide for professionals delivering talking therapies for autistic adults and children. Let me find what it was that I thought. Oh, absolutely. What is autism? I should probably have started with this. Autism is a lifelong disability which affects how people communicate and interact with the world. There are approximately 700,000 autistic adults and children in the UK. A lot of these are UK because I will admit, I wasn't actually planning for this to be an autism stream, but I had all the links of all the articles I had picked out on my other phone, and I got a new phone, and they said it would transfer over to the new phone. It did not transfer over to the new phone, and I figured I'm gonna need to find a bunch of articles to do. And I was like, hey, why don't I just do it based it on autism, since it's Autism Awareness Month. And then there's this really amazing autistic YouTuber is I'm Autistic What Now? And they have a bunch of lists of this kind of stuff. And I kind of picked some of the stuff from there, and some of the other stuff I went and found on my own. But that's basically the gist of what's happening. It is a spectrum condition, meaning some people may require more help and support than others, despite some autistic people sharing certain characteristics. But I'm autistic. What now? I would suggest following, but she's also based in the UK, so that's the reason why everything's UK. Well, at least a lot of them are. Is a spectrum condition meaning that some people may require more help and support than others, despite some autistic people sharing certain characteristics. Every autistic person is different and individual in their needs and preferences. Just like the autism community says, if you've met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. Well, if you met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person. Whatever. Autism is not a mental health condition. However, an incredibly high number of autistic people experience poor mental health. A 2019 survey found that 76% of autistic adults report reaching out for mental health support in the last 5 years. Anxiety and depression are the most common mental health problems amongst autistic people. I mean, there's enough characteristics that are enough to say that it is like that. There are enough commonalities. Baseline ones. Higher rates of anxiety and depression in autistic people have been associated with lower life satisfaction, greater societal difficulties, loneliness, and insomnia. This can have devastating consequences. Research shows that autistic people are significantly more likely to think about, attempt, and die by unaliving than the general populace. Yeah, it's ranked number 2, if I remember correctly. What kills us the most is, first off, normal, like things like seizures and all this other stuff that often are coincided with people, because they have people with autism often will have other illnesses that go along with it, and usually sometimes, or like with nonverbal people, like seizures and all this other stuff. Verbal people also has seizures and stuff, but what am I trying to say? What's the study? Leading cause of early death for autistic people. We really do live in a society, yeah. More like 3 times more likely to die than by suicide. Well, I swear there was a thing that said that it was like number 2, because there's things such as stroke, leading cause of death, and autism. Epilepsy, yeah. 2. This is the... For those with autism and learning disability, epilepsy is the leading cause of premature death. Epilepsy Society stated that Avoidable Deaths campaign and cites a major national clinical audit that found that 39% of deaths from epilepsy could be avoided. Prevention measures include prevention with controlled lifestyles, and the second is unaliving. The median age of death for someone with autism is 54 compared to 70 for the general populace. For people with autism and a learning disability, that means the median age drops to 40. The average. I'm not surprised, because I will admit offhand that I guess the youngest I was when I first had my first unaliving thoughts was 10, give or take. I think I was 10 when I first had my first start of unaliving thoughts because I couldn't fit in. Unfortunately, the situation is not much different for autism. It includes the National Institute of Health. So, unfortunately, the situation. Remember in the past, they used to think that because we'd have machines doing stuff that people would work less. Ha! Fortunately, the situation is not different from autistic children. 70% of autistic children have a mental health problem, such as anxiety or depression, and 40% have more than one. In addition, it is between 7% and 41% have self-harmed or to unaliving. Work less was that? All adults have experienced anxiety. Around 2 or 3 have diagnosed by health. Yeah. But no, I mean, they were thinking because we had robots or like the whole industrial revolution of having machines help us do stuff. That we'd produce just as much, but need to work less as much. "94% of autistic adults report experiencing anxiety." Ha! Almost 6 in 10 said this affect their ability to get on with life. Yeah. 83% experiencing depression. Half said they had a high impact of their ability to get on with life. Yes. Almost 3 in 10 fall into severe depression category based on the PHQ-9. Autistic women are twice as likely as men to attempt suicide. More than 5 years old. No, I think it comes down to. This is, of course, in Sweden. What's it? Well, maybe because this is a spitballing thing. Is women with autism are less accepted as having autism than men with autism. I can not describe the amount of people that have looked to me and said, "You're not autistic. You can't be autistic." In fact, that it took till I was 21 to be diagnosed autism. Yeah, the success rates are always higher in men because the difference between women and men is men usually choose a more violent way, while women tend to choose a more passive way. And usually the passive way gives people more of a chance to be saved, where the other way does not. Um, 2 in 5 are currently diagnosed with anxiety, and 1/4 have had diagnosis in the past. I mean, we can go off. Since I'm already being enough personal as it is, the attempts I always, when I did, was through overdosing on medication. The other people I've had in my family who've killed themselves, one of them hung themselves, the other one shot themselves. And the two that did that were the males in the family. So, yeah, it kind of does. If, especially, ugh, yeah. Um, 8 times as many autistic people report feeling often or always lonely when compared to the general population. As anxiety levels increase, life satisfaction decreases. I think that's an overall for most people. The more lonely a person reported they were, the more likely they were to experience greater anxiety and more severe depression. Okay, this is problems that the UK has. I'm not on what, it's not Social Security. It's the, I don't remember, welfare or whatever. Uh or anything. So I had to pay out of pocket, or I'm not on Medicare, so I have to pay not Medicaid. I have to pay for everything out of pocket. Um but these are just in the UK's problems. I shudder to think what it is in America, where they have universal health care in UK. Um, there was another thing down here I saw that was many artistic identifies LGBTQ. You need to be clued on this. Makes massive difference. This is supposed to be for professionals. Most professionals don't understand autism. What makes it difficult is the myth about autism that autistic people lack empathy and can be cold-hearted. People in that profession should understand myths aren't true and at least learn the basics. Parent of an autistic child. Yeah, can't you tell that I am so cold-hearted and lack empathy? Yeah, I have that problem. Yeah, but it helps with the depression to some degree. And of course, I also have ADHD, which sure as hell helps with the ADHD. My second counselor I ever had, I mean, the first counselor I had never found out that I had autism because that was, I had her while I was in high school. I wasn't diagnosed till after high school. But the second counselor I had did not believe I had autism, but I still stayed with her because she was good on other accounts. But I think that was there's something, I swear. Okay, I can't remember right offhand for this one. Because I repeat, this was a last minute decision to do this, so I'll leave this link in here for... Alright. This is in case anything brings up executive function, which is one of the problems with so that it has a definition of it in case we need to. And further of these, because I figured further in that we'll probably need to explain this so that we can be on the same page as this on what executive function is. Executive function refers to skills that you use to manage everyday tasks like making plans, solving problems, and adapting to new situations. The three main skills are working memory, cognitive flexibility, and inhibition control. These skills develop during your lifetime and often decline as you get older. Ha! But there's always ways to improve them. And as y'all know from like 12, 13-hour streams when I get really into something, what is inhibition control? Anyways, what is executive function? Refers to the mental processes, executive functioning skills that help you set out and carry goals. Shiny, congrats! Shiny. I've only seen like one other person get a shiny, I swear. Executive function refers to mental processes, executive functioning skills that help you set and carry out goals. Use these skills to solve problems, make plans, manage emotions. Research suggests that strong executive functioning skills make a difference in your mental and physical health and quality of life. Yeah, Pando, he got one. There are three main executive functions. Oh, wait, no, excuse me. Poor skills can affect your ability to do well in school. College dropout. Find or keep a job. Have not kept one yet. Or have strong social connections. There are three main executive functions. Working memory, cognitive flexibility, and inhibition control. Research suggests that the main function of executive functions develops at different times throughout the lifetime, starting in infancy. Most types of executive function becomes less effective as you get older. Working memory. You rely on working memory to make sense of information that you receive or events that happen over time. For example, say you get your news from a website that posts frequent updates. Working memory is how you integrate new information from a news update on a specific issue with what you read before to adjust how you think and feel about an issue. Research shows that your working memory executive function develops during childhood and adolescence and peaks in your early 30s. This function starts to decline after the age 35 and in middle age. Oh God, no! I mean, I'm not ancient. Cognitive flexibility comes into play when you need to adapt to change, whether it's your personal situation or a change to your environment. You show cognitive flexibility when you're able to smoothly shift gears between tasks. I can't. Same. I'm ancient. Save me. I am 35 this year. I'm already 35. I said nothing. Use cognitive flexibility when you multitask, for example. Answering a colleague's question while writing an email. I cannot do both those things at the same time. Thought process is a situation. I do not multitask well. I still multitask, but I don't do it fucking well. It's failing two things at once. No, I got diagnosed when I was I was 21 when I was diagnosed, and it's been, yeah. That has been over a decade. So, no, I am 35. I mean, I said nothing about my age. Using cognitive flexibility by using empathy, thinking about an issue from another person's perspective. Likewise, use this executive function skill to change course when you must solve a problem and realize the solution you had in mind won't work. Some experts believe that children start developing cognitive flexibility at age 3 and complete development at 12. Others experts believe that this executive function continues to improve until around the age of 29. Inhibition control. This skill focuses on how well you control your thoughts, emotions, and focus. By using inhibitory control, you're able to manage your reactions to situations. For example, you'd use this executive functioning skills when you focus on a conversation in a noisy office by consciously blocking, inhibiting other conversations and noise. And if that office conversation takes a turn that makes you angry or anxious, inhibition control is how you resist the urge to do something you'd later regret, like losing your temper and storming out of the office. Research suggests that inhibition control begins in infancy and starts to decline when you reach your 60s. Oh, so that's why people go through midlife crisis. Anyways, what conditions or issues can affect executive functions? The frontal lobe of your brain manages executive function. When anything that affects your brain tissue can affect your frontal lobe and your executive functioning skills, some neurodevelopmental brain development related conditions specifically invoke frontal lobe effects and symptoms. Healthcare providers may refer to executive function issues as symptoms of executive dysfunction. Mental health conditions that cause executive dysfunctions include attention deficit or hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, and autism spectrum. I have it in both! Double whammy. For example, if you have ADHD, it may be hard for you to manage your behavior. It may be difficult for you to remember to store information and integrate the information with new information working memory. Double the fun! I know, right? Brain damage and degenerative brain disorders can also be... we aren't covering that right now, which is, of course, Alzheimer's, brain tumors, dementia. How do I improve? Experts are researching ways to improve executive functioning skills. That research ranges from ways to improve skills affected by mental health or medical conditions to boosting skills in people who don't have an underlying illness. Here are some examples. Computerized cognitive training. Research shows that some children with learning disabilities may benefit from training activities to improve word memory and cognitive flexibility. You know, a random thought occurred to me, which, you know, ADHD, ha. Remember when I was doing Wander Stop the game? How, I wasn't messing up as much when I was reading aloud these words because it had the dyslexic font on. But if you notice now, I sometimes will jump paragraphs or move around or mess up words more. I mean, some of these are scientific words, so I could understand me messing them up more, but I mean, it's just something that just occurred to me. Improve word memory and cognitive flexibility. Neurofeedback training. Early research shows that neurofeedback training may improve cognitive flexibility. Maybe, but the way that some websites layouts might turn everything to hell. Where the game was actually designed around the functions that already exist. Like, in neurofeedback training, you work to regulate activity that drives specific executive functions. Mindfulness training, practicing meditation, or participating in mindfulness-based cognitive therapy may help improve inhibition control. One of the other things that mindfulness-based training can help, cognitive therapy can help, is being disconnected from your body to some degree. Like when an autistic person sometimes says that they're okay, it's not that they're actually okay, it's because they cannot recognize the feelings that their body is currently feeling and or their emotions. Like they can't find the right word to describe, so they'll just default to saying they're okay. Not just because, society doesn't want to hear about your problems kind of thing, but it's also because of that kind of stuff. So mindfulness about your body is a very important thing. You need, that is something you need to at least go over with your body. Exercise in general. Ha! Exercise, what's that? Regular exercise is good for your overall physical and mental health, but exercise that make use of your brain, cognitive skills, and your body does more to improve executive function. For example, playing baseball puts demands on your executive functioning skills. Yeah, everything's okay. I'm not being passive aggressive or anything. Yeah, I'm fine. Use working memory to pass the basketball from one player because you're processing real-time information to where the player is now and where they probably go next. I hate passive aggressive. If you have a problem with me, fucking tell me. Use inhibition control, whether that's keeping your head in the game or resisting temptation to take a shot instead of passing the ball. Your cognitive flexibility to manage quickly changing circumstances, like an injury that puts one teammate on the bench and puts a new teammate in the game. If you haven't practiced or played a game with this new teammate, you need to predict their strengths and weaknesses and change your strategy. I think, at least, especially with when I do, since like I said, I might do copied factory all the time in Final Fantasy XIV as a kind of stimming thing that's relaxing and stuff. Is one of the things I enjoy doing is playing off the other healer, because usually I'd run it as a healer, and usually by the second boss I have figured out how the healer uses their kit, so I can properly play off them. And it's always such a joy when that happens, when I can, I guess, using words, synergize with the other healer. Yeah, passive-aggressive men or women. Yeah, I know, right? Just tell me what's wrong. I will act like there's nothing wrong. God, dear Lord. It's just my ex. Why did I fall in love with him again? Nothing's wrong. Tell me! Nothing's wrong! Fucking tell me! You're just being too sensitive. Why didn't you notice I was being sensitive? Or, like, especially with the passive-aggressive, this happened, bringing up my, all the time with my ex is, he'd say, don't press the issue, I don't want to talk about it. And then I'd accept that as, okay, I won't press the issue. And then he'd fucking get mad at me for not pressing the issue with him. And then the times that he wanted me to actually not press the issue, he'd get mad at me because from the last time that this happened, I didn't press the issue and he got mad at me for not pressing the issue. So now I pressed the issue because he got mad at me last time for not pressing the issue. And I'm like sitting here going, the fuck am I supposed to do? Oh, he had his problems. Okay, what we know so far about autistic inertia. Have you ever been able to focus on tasks for hours even though it was incredibly difficult to get started on it in the first place? Ha! Sometimes, I will admit, I don't want to do a stream and then end up streaming for a very, very long time. If so, you may have experienced an increasingly researched phenomenon known as autistic inertia. The native commonly experience difficulty in starting and stopping tasks, especially in neurodivergent individuals. Yeah, I know. You know what that whole argument of you know what's wrong. I'm like sitting there going, I wouldn't be asking if I knew it was wrong. The thing is, the other thing is, it's a sort of thing to keep you always guessing you're doing something wrong, even when you're not. It's a kind of bait to see is how much are you paying attention, like how much you're paying attention to their emotions. And what people need to realize, and the key of this thing is, sure, sometimes other people's emotions will affect yours, but how's the best way to put it? Basically, you're throwing out your emotion and telling me to fix it when I can't. Not completely. I can commiserate with you. I can offer suggestions, but I can't fix your emotion. And especially people say is, I'm mad. Okay, you're mad. Okay, cool. I'm sorry you're mad. I can't fix you being mad. In the fact, I mean, I can talk you, I can do this other stuff, but the person in the end is still you that fixes you being mad. That emotion that's currently in your body. I can fix what's causing you to be mad to some degree, but it's just acting a little funny, but it's getting stuck. I swear I've had more problems with this model since I got the new phone. And it's supposed to be an updated phone. I had like an old iPhone, like XR or something. And this is like a 14 now. So it's not new. Not new. What autism and inertia feels like. According to a recent study publication, the experience of an autistic inertia is unique to the individual, but there are a few common traits. Transition challenges related to difficulty starting and stopping tasks. Difficulty resuming activities after interruptions. No control over actions despite desire. Do you know how many times... I mean, no, wait. Y'all have watched my streams. How many times I sit there and go, I need to stop now. I'm going to stop right after this. You know? Let me finish this one little thing and I'll stop. Indecision, anxiety, or challenges with planning or starting tasks. 3 chapters. Absolutely. Time agnosia. I think that's where, like, you lose track of time. Mind and body feeling separated. That's a problem. Because sometimes I don't realize I'm hungry when I should be eating, and 12 hours later, I haven't eaten anything. This has happened before on stream, by the way. Or like needing to use the restroom but not realizing it until it's almost too late. Indifference over task, urgency, or task itself. Motivation challenges all the fucking time. Being able to focus on one thing for a long time easily once it started. This can potentially be a strength, or like 12-hour laters. Some of this may sound similar to demand avoidance, and there's a reason for that. It's possible there are multiple ways inertia can present in autism, and the demand avoidance could be one of them. Labels can be helpful when it comes to building skills or finding solutions. But knowing the common experience in neurodiversity can also be incredibly validating. More research needs to be done in this area, of course. Okay. Causes in the relationship to autism. Exploring the link between autism and inertia can help identify causes and triggers for neurodiverse people. One of the causes could be the dreaded P word, perfectionism. Focused on finding the best way to get something done could actually be the one thing preventing it from getting done. Yes, absolutely validating. Whoa! I'm weird! There's also a possible shame-fueled pressure to function. Bad joke. Oh no, I know I'm weird. But I also know he was being sarcastic. I guess growing up in a family of sarcastic people, I've learned I wasn't as good when I was a kid, realizing this after conversations I've had with my family members. But I guess as I got older, I guess my adaptability got better. But I still sometimes do not get sarcasm. But I get it better than most people. That's one of the reasons why some people say you're not autistic, because I can do and get sarcasm. And I was trained. Also, a possible shame-fueled pressure about functioning at neurotypical levels, leading to dread and autistic burnout. This makes it even more difficult to gain momentum when you're already feeling depleted. Additionally, neurodiverse-related challenges with executive functioning or with transitions and changes in general contribute to autism inertia. Other mental health conditions or individual anxiety responses to demand can also explain inertia on an internal level. Environmental factors like distractions, deadlines, pressure, nearby people, or sensory comfort can help hinder autistic inertia. The cause behind autistic inertia is different for everyone, but one thing that is certain that is not your fault is the way that neurodivergent brains function instead of being a moral failing. Yeah, normality is boring, okay? Yeah, sometimes, like, when people are making snarky comments or joking at someone's expense versus joking with somebody, and being able to figure out that distinction, for me, sometimes actually comes down with knowing the person. Because sometimes people can joke around and me not realize that they're joking around. But when I get to know a person better, I realize that that's what's happening. The problem with that, of course, is usually I take the view initially that someone is joking around. And then, how can I put it this way? I usually normally take the assumption that someone's joking around until I realize they aren't, kind of levels. Better safe than sorry. Autism can impact the way we work, adding to an inertia that can influence things that are needed to be maintained for the best quality of life. Identifying the way that autism and inertia interact can guide you to find a lifestyle, career, and routine that best suits you. Some physical mental effects of inertia. I'm quite sure when I was younger that wasn't the case, because Mom told me a story about how I'd get so mad when somebody wouldn't say my name correctly. My grandfather used to have like these joking half names, like he'd play around with your name in a songy kind of way. And it wasn't in any mean spirit or anything. That's just, he did it with everybody. And I would get so mad when he would do it. When I was like 6 or something, that's what my mom said. But I wasn't like that as a kid, from what it sounds like. Finding success or happiness never happens despite autism. It's a part of our identity, and working with your neurodiversity was way more effective than working against it. Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't mind it now. And in fact, looking back on it, it was really sweet. But I mean, at the time when I was a kid, I was about 6 or so, it just absolutely infuriated me. Because that wasn't my name. My name is this. Planning your day around energy levels and completing things in one action block autistic inertia can be a strength, but it can also come with potential challenges to day-to-day activities. Some techniques work with your inertia are planning your day around energy levels and completing things in one action block once focused. You know, the whole joke about Kokomi might be autistic with the whole energy level thing of where she, like, adds energy, like, plus or minus energy for doing something. And has it written down so she knows. Creating a routine. It may take time to get used to or find the right one. Running to-do lists. Visual reminders or note-taking method to stay organized and get help started. Setting timers or tracking duration times to help with time blindness and future planning. Having activities, walking, showering, knitting, etc. to act as a transition after maintaining inertia for an extended period of time. Designating a distraction-free area or time block to keep focus. Creating accountability to starting tasks through body doubling groups or friends. Ha! Haru, I wonder how that feels. Hey, Haru, tell me to work on my model. Setting realistic and sustainable goals that are compassionate while working hard towards your long-term goals. These strategies could work great for some, but will not work at all for others. That's okay. No one solution works for everyone, and some don't work right away. The secret is to having self-compassion for everything you feel and do. This doesn't mean that your goals can't be set or things can't improve, but having kindness for yourself will help motivate you through the highs and lows parts of growth. Okay. What do you want me to nag you? Well, we can talk about this later. Inertia is just the start. Autistic inertia is nothing to feel guilty or ashamed of. It's part of being human and more common than you think. It's natural to feel that inertia is your fault, but it's the way your brain works and not something can be controlled. What can be controlled is your response and adaptation to work with your autism and inertia. It may be hard to get started, but it's not impossible with a little help, maybe a sticky note or two. And I found this. I'll go ahead and post it. Card game. Okay. Card game. I had to create a card game for when I was in college still, and when my minor was game design. I had to create a game, and I decided to do a card game because I still had all my and knew where all my old Yu-Gi-Oh cards were. And I figured, since I didn't actually have anybody to play with in the sense of doing duels, actually, I decided to create like a boss character kind of thing and rules around it using Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like on attacking with the boss. Yeah. No, I'd never played Magic the Gathering before, but it is against a boss like character who would have a card set of its own and then would play out. Identify different stickiness goals. All right, this is by Karen Le Bunkel, MA. Okay. Concept lecture, understanding sticking points. Help. Goals! Identify different stickiness styles. I wonder if I could find the old, like, master document that I had that I wrote out the rules. Autistic inertia is difficulty starting things you want or need to do, not just laziness or lack of motivation, but also difficulty stopping. Y'all know what that is. Employee big specialist cards. Yeah. Well, the thing is, there was a difference between boss cards and the character player cards versus each other. Let me see if I can. I am being distracted. I think that's nothing new. Pull up my old documents and see if I might still have it. So I swear I came across some of my old. Hey, I heard you have ADHD. No, what gives you that clue? I do. Mental plotting of games. So I found one of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Starter Pack Kaiba Evolution, and it's kind of funny about only finding one set. I'm quite sure I have over 250 cards. Thinking about it, the main reason I wanted to design the game to incorporate them is because I could never find anyone else to play with me on them. And it's rather unfun, just dueling against yourself. This is the notes. This is hilarious. Oh my god. Y'all. This is notes that I saved. I know I want to make a cooperative game, players versus game, but I can't decide if they should face one big-ass monster or a bunch of mini-bosses. And if I would go for mini-bosses, what would the players gain? Let's just work with the main mechanics now, which is the boss fight. The boss will have 2 cards drawn from the boss's card pile. They have to contain both attack and defense on them. They would be placed face down. I still haven't found a name for... No! No! Still need a name for the game. Aether! Oh my god! Or Ethereans, or both ancient medieval scientists, is the material that fills the region of the universe above the terrestrial sphere. Homogenic meaning, Greek meaning, pure, fresh air, clear sky, Greek mythology imagined to be the pure essence. I am such a fucking nerd! But no, I have the create both a single and multiplayer card game. What I want, simple monster-based game that can incorporate other cards from other games like Yu-Gi-Oh! Not to make cards mathematically hard, limited multiplication, division, no percentages or fractions, or decimals. Keep in numbers either 0 or 5. Now I'm showing this one at a time because it has my name on it. And I'd rather not dox myself, okay? This was the boss monster card. Really scary creature. Because I wasn't supposed to go through it too much. It was literally, like, I had a week or so... no, 2 weeks, I think, to do it. And so I... had, like, basics like elementals stuff. Using some of my artwork for, well, that was for a multiplayer, because, that was for the multi-character one. Hey, what's ADHD? This is a rules second version, because I had a first version. I only have the second version, apparently. And this was the play. This was the battleground, graveyard, draw deck, monster card zone, magic card zone. This is for the environmental zone. I don't have ADHD, shut the fuck up. Alright, here. To defeat evil boss monster by attacking it with monsters called Aethers. Players must be able to do it before they run out of energy, which depletes every time their own monster is destroyed by boss monster. I included an optional element called environmental cards for older audiences because the original game seemed a bit dull. However, when I tried to test it out with my younger stepbrother and his friends, it only confused them. I think I lied about trying that out with my younger stepbrother and his friends so that it made it sound more professional because I didn't have time to actually get in contact with my stepbrother. I said nothing. I did not do academic fraud. Environmental card hints. All cards have 1 to 6 different elements that of them. If a monster is in its element, it'll do better than if it's environment that's completely opposite. Earth weak to wind, fire weak to water, water weak to earth, wind weak to fire. Because I decided not to have ice because fuck that. And light and dark just don't like each other, period. I think the reason why I didn't have... I don't remember the reason why I didn't have it now that I think about it. Oh god, this isn't that long actually, 3 pages, because it wasn't... phases of the game. A boss defense draw up phase. During this phase, draw phase, the lead player draws a certain number of cards from the boss monster's deck, and without looking at them, place them in defense with all the cards remaining face down. The number of cards placed in the defense slots should reflect the number of players currently playing the game. Example, 4 players equals 4 defense cards. Environmental draw phase. If including environments into the game, the first player draws an environmental card and places it in their environmental card zone. The effects of this card will last until the next turn the game enters this phase. Main phase. One player draws 1 card from the top of his or her draw deck and places it in their hand. If a player is out of cards, they can shuffle the cards in the graveyard and move them to the draw card zone. The player that can draw as many cards as needed to fill their hands. This means they need the same amount of cards in their hands as they would when they first started the game. 5 cards. God. Summoning Aethers. In a single turn, a player must summon at least 1 Aether by placing the chosen monster card face up so the attack and defense are visible into the monster card zone. If all monster card zones are full... Hey, Rose! How are you? We're reading aloud. I know this has nothing to do with currently on screen, but I'm reading aloud a card game rules thing that I had to make up for my schooling. And because, you know, I am easily distracted. When my minor, when I was in college, before I dropped out, was game design. My major was animation. In a single turn, if all monster card zones are full, the player cannot summon another monster until a space clears, and one cannot summon an already summoned monster back into their hand cards. Yeah, I totally don't have autism. Or ADHD. If using Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters, there is no flip, fusion, ritual, or special summoning. However, if the player wants to summon a tribute creature, such as a monster marked through their card color, they must offer 1 or more of their cards already on the field as tribute, and those selected cards are sent to the graveyard. To tell how many cards the player needs to sacrifice, they need to examine the number of stars on the tribute level. Level 5 and 6 monsters need only 1 to be given up, while 7 and higher need 2. 2 important notes on the tribute cards. The player who wants to summon the monster can only sacrifice his own monsters to get this creature. They cannot use any of the other player's monsters. The other note is, since the tribute summoning is still technically summoning, there can't be more than 1 monster summoned in that player's turns. I still have them somewhere. Two, activate spell cards. During this time, the player can place more than 1 spell card on the field face up. The amount of cards, spell cards, however, is limited to how many monsters you have on the field. Also, a spell card effect does not stack, so one cannot overpower 1 Aether with multiple card boosts. D, player attack phase. Once the player has set up all their cards on the field, it's time to enter this phase. If the player does not wish to enter battle, they can skip this step. However, this means that they do not cause the boss monster any damage, and the player's monsters can still be attacked by the boss during this phase. 1. Start step. The player announces that they're now attacking the beast. They select a monster card to attack and say aloud their actions, and if the chosen monster is supported by which spell. They then flip one of the boss monster's defense cards over. This card will represent the boss monster's defense within that instance. Damage calculation step. If the attacking Aether's attack is higher than the monster's defense card, the difference is subtracted from the boss's health. If the attacking Aether's attack is equal to the boss's defense card, nothing happens. It's a really bare bones game. It really is. I had only 2 weeks to, along with, you know, doing the designs. I didn't show the other designs. I showed one of the card designs. But I also had to test it out and all this other stuff to make it work. If the attacking Aether's attack is less than the boss monster's defense card, that monster is destroyed and the card is sent to the graveyard. D. If when playing with environments, the attacking Aether's element is in play, regardless of whether the Aether's attack is higher than the boss monster's defense, the attack will go through. The amount subtracted from the boss's health is determined by the highest number minus the lower. These two steps can be repeated for each subsequent monster attack made by that player, but each creature can only attack once per turn. Also, for every attack they make, this player must draw their defense card from the boss monster's deck. In step, once the player is done with their battles, they must announce they're finishing the attacking. E. Quick upkeep phase. I am such a nerd for writing this, I swear. All of that player's attack spells must need to be cleared off the field and placed into the graveyard. Defense cards are left in play until later. Repeat phases C, main phase, through E, quick upkeep, until all players have played one turn. G, the boss monster attack phase. During this phase, the horrible creature attacks each player individually, starting in the order of the players played. To begin, the player draws a card from the boss monster's deck. Also note that multiple target attack cards only affect the player that draws it. Boss monster damage. If the Aether's defense is higher than and or equal to the boss monster's single attack card, nothing happens. If an Aether's defense is less than or if an Aether's defense is less than the boss monster's single target attack card, the monster is destroyed and the card is sent to the graveyard. If a player has multiple monsters out and draws a single target attack card, the monster with the lowest defense out of all of them will be targeted. If two of the monster's defenses is equally low, flip a coin to decide which gets destroyed. If a player draws a multiple attack card but doesn't have more than one monster out on the field, the card is treated as if it was a single target attack card. If a player draws a multiple target attack card and has multiple monsters on the field, all of their monsters whose defense doesn't equal or is higher than the attack on the card are destroyed and sent to the graveyard. Every monster death counts towards a player's limit. If using environments, the element in play is the weakness of a monster on the field. Any attack by the boss monster to that monster, even if an Aether's defense would normally prevent it, would be destroyed. Also, if a player draws a single attack card, the boss will immediately go after that specific monster, even if there are other Aethers with lower defenses on that player's field. Repeat the boss monster attacks till everyone's been attacked. Begin the cycle again. God! Yeah, that was my layout thing. So that I could be, the antisocial person I was who didn't have anybody around to play Yu-Gi-Oh cards with, could create my own monster card, and I am a nerd. Anyways, autistic inertia. Going back to the actual topic of this is difficulty starting things you want or need to do, not just laziness or lack of motivation. Also, difficulty stopping. Y'all know that. Inertia can have serious consequences such as financial loss, social isolation, increased support needs, decreased productivity, decreased quality of life. Why do we get stuck? Anxiety. Part 1. Anxiety, what's that? We're worried about consequences, paralyzed by fear, paralyzed by trying to avoid anxiety through other things, e.g. imperfection and predictability. Planning. Overwhelmed by a complex task. Difficulty breaking it down. Difficulty prioritizing. I feel called out. Not knowing where to start. Also called out. Forgetting what to do next. Shut up. Motivation. Can't be bothered. Failing to do things and not really caring. Needing more effort to act. That one. So bad. Not being motivated by same things others are. Can be a symptom of something else. Usually interested in current activity. I know, right? That's focused. Hard to stop in order to do something else. May not notice needs all the time. Push things off until finished and then forget. Movement. Looks like no motivation. Stuck despite being motivated. Changing position or moving is harder. Failing to meet needs. Often with apathy. Often with freezing. Fun. There may be other mechanisms we haven't identified yet. Why do we get activity? Okay. Let me zoom out a bit. I don't want to look incompetent. I need to know what will happen. I'm afraid I might do it wrong. I want to make the right choice. And these are problems and strategies. Personal support, IG accompanying, calming sensory activities, clear choice and limits, learn to predict, clear information about what to inspect, and narrowing down options. There's organized stickiness. I don't know where to start. It's too complicated. It's such a mess. I have too much to do. Breaking things down, prioritizing and according to importance and urgency. Alarms and reminders. Attach new actions to existing routines. Keep environment organized support to sort/declutter. Don't want to. I don't see the point. I don't feel like it. You can't make me. I don't care. Treat depression. Explain the reasons. Whose priorities are they? Use timers for undesirable activities. Appreciate the things that are motivating. Sticky focus. Use timers. Set your own rules and limits. Please, don't have me follow my own rules and limits. I tend to break them. I am such a... Maintain routine. Do one thing at a time. Indulge hyperfocus. It's one of the great things about autism. How long has it been? How long has this stream been? Almost 3 hours. Woo! Motor stickiness. I can't get started. Keep moving. Maintain routine. I'm hungry, thirsty, tired. I feel like I'm powered down. Try to... Understandable. I've gone floppy. Floppy, I can't lift my arms. Help. Use patterns. Others can help by starting off the task, prompting, not nagging. Moving near, prompting with touching. General strategies. Routine, predictability. Regular exercise. Mental health treatment. Reduce stress and anxiety. Examples. What are the problems? Autistic inertia is difficult starting things you want or need to do, not deliberately, probably caused by many different mechanisms, not to mention research or writing about autism. An important support need for many autistic people. Summary. Different reasons for getting stuck. Anxiety, planning issues, lack of motivations, hyperfocus, movement issues. Understanding the reasons can help find the right strategies, less blame, ways of explaining. One of the things I wanted to point out is, I'm just going to read aloud the abstracts for this. I will link it in the... I might have. I can't recall right offhand. I feel floppy. I mean, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, that feels about right. Escape from Delve. Escape from development. Save me! Watching the... Exhausted by life. According to scientific literature, 50 to 70% of individuals with autism spectrum disorder also present the comorbid attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Most relatable. I know, right? From a clinical perspective, this high rate of comorbidity is intriguing. What is the real significance of this dual diagnosis? Is ADHD, in fact, always present in such cases? Might the attentional impairment reported among our ADS patients actually be a distinct trait of their ADS, namely impaired joint attention, rather than an ADHD attention deficit. Could their aggregation be the consequence of this joint... bleh. Speaking of jumping lines, my mind... No, comorbidity can be a cause of death, but it also means, it's a simultaneous presence of two or more diseases or medical conditions in a patient. Yeah, I used to think that too, actually. Now that I think about it. Maybe some of those used to use it wrong. And those, I mean, 'cause a lot of those that I remember hearing comorbidity is usually in video games, which, I mean, can be hit or miss when it comes to medical jargon. Could there please, web, teach me how to say this word. I know what it means. Speak.
Agitation.
Agitation. The thing is, I know what that word is. I know how it sounds. I know why my mind didn't want me to say it. Agitation may be a consequence of this joint attention impairment or related to a physical restlessness etologically very different from the agitation typical of ADHD. The neurobiological reality of ASD and ADHD comorbidity is subject to debate, and amphetamine-based treatment can be paradoxical or undesirable effects in the ADS population. But yeah. Talking about flagellation? Huh? Why are we using the word flagellation? Now it's time to talk about burnout. Because this is near and dear to my heart. In that it's painful. Distraction Central. Well, it has a shun sound to it. T-I-O-N ending. Having all your internal resources exhausted beyond measure and being left with no cleanup crew. Defining autistic burnout. Background. Though autistic adults often discuss experience autistic burnout and attribute serious negative outcomes to it, the concept is almost completely absent from academic and clinical literature. We used a community-based participatory research approach to conduct a thematic analysis of 19 interviews and 19 public internet sources to understand and characterize autistic burnout. Interviewed participants were autistic adults who identified as having been professionally diagnosed with autism spectrum condition. We conducted a thematic analysis using a hybrid deductive approach at semantic and latent levels through a critical paradigm. We addressed the trustworthiness through multiple coders, peer briefings, and examination of contradictions. Results. Autistic adults describe the primary characteristics of autistic burnouts as chronic exhaustion, loss of skills, and reduced tolerance to stimulus. They describe burnout as happening because life stressors that added to the cumulative load they experienced and the barriers to support that created an inability to obtain relief from the load. These pressures caused expectations to outweigh abilities, resulting in autistic burnout. Autistic adults describe negative impacts on their health, capacity for independent living, and quality of life, including unaliving behavior. They also discuss the lack of empathy from neurotypical people and describe acceptance and social support, time off, reduced expectations, and doing things in autistic way / masking is associated in their experiences with recovery from autistic burnout. Conclusion. Autistic burnout appears to be a phenomenon. I have to do that. Sorry. Distinct from occupational burnout or clinical depression, better understanding autistic burnout could lead ways to recognize, relieve, or prevent, including highlighting potential dangers of teaching autistic people to mask or camouflage their autistic traits, and including burnout education in unaliving prevention programs. These findings highlight the need to reduce discrimination and stigma related toward autism and disability. When I was going through one of my many burnouts, my partner was, my ex-partner was not supportive at all. So, yeah, sorry, that was a random thing to say. Why was this study done? Autistic burnout is talked about a lot by autistic people, but has not been formally addressed by researchers. It's an important issue for the autistic community because it's described as leading to stress, loss of work, school, health, quality of life, and even unaliving behavior. When I lost the job I really liked as a museum guide, that was burnout was pretty bad there too. It wasn't as bad as one I had later, but one of the things that happened was I would basically not take care of myself at all because it did not occur to me to take care of myself. So like thinking was too much to even try and take care of myself. What do researchers do? A research group, the Academic Autism Spectrum Partnership in Research and Education, used a community-based participatory research approach with the autistic community in all stages of the study. We analyzed 9 interviews from our study on employment, 10 interviews about autistic burnout, and 19 publicly sourced internet sources, 5 in depth. We recruited in the United States by publicizing on social media, by word of mouth, and through the community connections. When analyzing interviews, we took what people said at face value and in deeper social context and looked for strong themes across data. What are the results of the study? The primary characteristics of an autistic burnout were chronic exhaustion, loss of skills, reduced tolerance for stimuli, like what I mentioned about losing the job at the museum as a museum guide. It was one of the first times I actually had when I went out with my mom shopping, one of the first times I actually had an absolute meltdown in the middle of a store. And that I was trying to help her, do basic grocery shopping, and nothing was connecting to some degree on what I was supposed to be doing with something as basic as, here's the list, this is what we need, I think I know the general area where it is, and too many people around, the sounds, the lights. It was at Walmart, where I absolutely had to leave and go into the car. I could not stay in that location, and basically cried, sobbing in the car. Nothing else was really happening. It's just everything became too much touch, sound. Participants describe burnout as happening because of life stressors that added to the cumulative load they experience, and barriers to support that created an inability to obtain relief from the load. These pressures cause expectations to outweigh abilities, resulting in autistic burnout. From this, we created a definition. Autistic burnout is a syndrome conceptualized as resulting from chronic life stress, a mismatch of expectations and abilities without adequate supports. It is characterized by pervasive long-term, typically 3+ months, exhaustion, loss of function, and tolerance to stimuli. Like, this happened, like, Mom said it took me about a year to get out of that funk kind of thing. Participants describe, and of course, it was during that time that I was getting out of that I met my ex. So we can kind of make a correlation that I was in a bad place, and though it was still my fault in the end. I'm trying to make it sound like I decided to pursue the relationship, but that's still just one of those things of so not making it sound like I'm not taking responsibility for my actions, but still. Participants describe negative impacts of their lives, including health, capacity to live independent living, and quality of life, including unaliving behavior. They also discuss a lack of empathy from neurotypical people. People have ideas for recovering from autistic burnout, include acceptance, social support, time off / reduce expectations, and doing things in autistic way / unmasking. How do these findings add to what we've already know? We now have data that autistic burnout refers to a clear set of characteristics and is different from workplace burnout and clinical depression. We have the start of a model for why autistic burnout might happen. We know that people have been able to recover from autistic burnout and have new insights to how. What are the potential weaknesses of this study? This was a small exploratory study with a convenience sample. Although we were able to bring some of the diversity by using 3 data sources, future work will benefit to interviewing a wider range of participants, including those who are not white, have higher support needs, and have either very high or low educational attainment. More research is needed to understand how to measure, prevent, and treat autistic burnout. These findings will validate the experiences of autistic adults. Understanding autistic burnout could lead to ways to help relieve or prevent it. The findings may help therapists and other practitioners recognize autistic burnout and the potential dangers of teaching autistic people to mask autistic traits. Unaliving prevention programs should consider the potential of burnout. These findings highlight the need to reduce discrimination and stigma among autism and disability. All right. Sorry, I need to get a drink. Autistic burnout is often used by adults to describe a state of incapacitation, exhaustion, and distress in every area of life. Informally, autistic adults describe how burnout has cost them jobs, friends, activities, independence, mental and physical health, and pushed them into unaliving behavior. Yeah, during the time that I'm mentioning about the losing the job at the museum, I had reached the point where I was the thought process was I was only going to stay alive long enough so it wouldn't hurt Mom. So basically after my mom passed away was when I was going to finally, which is, I know, a depressing thing to think, but I mean, it was in my thought process. That was, I wouldn't, I'd be a burden to everybody else in my family, and my mom is the only one kind of thing. And so it was just one of those things. Despite how often and urgently the autistic community discusses autistic burnout, the concept is almost completely absent from academic and clinical literature. Methods, let's see. But here's the thing. And of course it lists these places. But let me see where we're going with this. Results. But I'll go ahead and post this in. The interviewed participants, including 10 females, 7 males, and 4 other gender identifications, ranged from ages 21 to 65 years old. And this is the medium age. And these were where the autistic advocate. When interpreting results, we assessed the characteristics of autistic burnout, that these were chronic exhaustion, loss of skills, and reduced tolerance to stimulus. We then looked for themes related to attributions of what caused the burnout. They were 1, life stressors, sub-themes, masking, expectation, disability management, and life changes. One of the things that got me fired was I didn't tell my job that I was autistic because I was afraid I wasn't going to get the job, and I wasn't going to keep the job if I told them. But it was my autistic traits that got me fired in the end. That led to cumulative load, barrier support, something, gaslighting, dismissal, poor boundaries, self-advocacy, cannot take a break, lack of external resources / support, that lead to inability to obtain relief, all which accumulate in expectations outweigh ability. We then create a definition of autistic burnout. Lastly, we examine the impacts of autistic burnout in potential situations. Impact themes were health, capacity for independent living, quality of life, and lack of empathy from neurotypical people. Okay. Sorry, I had to eat a stretch. Individual support. Have a healthy support system set up people who accept you as you are and try not to change, fix, or shame you. I ended up, though, when I fell into the group that my ex was in, they did not accept me as I was, and they still tried to change me, shame, and all this other stuff. But I accepted it because I thought that, you know, this was just how it is and I needed to get better. But how they wanted me to get better was change everything about me. Having a support person or persons who understood my anxieties with their complexity and helped me face what I could not change by understanding why it was so difficult for me. Having a loving, supporting system that would respect and allow me to be just how I was until I could sort out the issues. My burnout might have come even sooner had I not been given been around some communities of people who are generally more accepting of quirkiness, and so some periods of time where I was likely needing to mask less or less intensely. Try to find people who accept you. I know that's not always, not always possible, but a community out there, if there's a person has a way to connect to it, the community is a great source of support. But I think that's pretty much for everything for that. The biggest thing that's helped me to avoid and mitigate it is learning about myself in the way I've done by connecting by the autistic community. Give yourself, tend to autistic needs. Hi! Sparkle! Cheese! You changed your name. Cheese! Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate. I didn't realize you had sparkle to it. Hi, Cheese! Appreciate the subscription. We're going over autism stuff. Attending to autistic needs. Give yourself a break. Hole up in a cupboard under a blanket for a few hours. Oh, go on. None of that for science stream, please. Unless I can find one that is science-y dealing with foxes. I mean, I can do this "what does the fox say?" and I can hate myself for making that joke. That was a bit loud. Okay, the characteristics of autistic burnout described by participants were chronic exhaustion, loss of skills, and reduced tolerance to stimulus. These characteristics were described as permeating the people's lives and persisting for an extended time. One participant summarized the experiences of an autistic burnout. These periods of burnout caused problems at school and work. I would lose executive function and self-care skills. My capacity for sensory and social overload dwindled to near nothing. I avoided speaking and retreating from socializing. I was spent. I couldn't maintain the facade anymore. I had to stop and pay the price. Chronic exhaustion. Participants described an exhaustion of external resources, physical, mental, emotional, social, as a key feature of their burnout. Participants characterized this directly as a feeling tired or exhausted, particularly went on to frame it more specifically as a depletion of energy from overextending themselves in daily life. But I'm not going to stop you from saying why you changed your name, Cheese. I'm just reading ahead while I wait. One person explained, I've had people say to me many times over the years, but why are you so tired? What have you been doing? The brutal truth is that for an autistic person, simply existing in the world is knackering, never minding trying to hold down a job or have any sort of social life. And many of the standard recommendations for improving mental health, such as seeing more people in real life, spending less time on the internet, sitting still and being calm, simply makes matters worse. We need a lot of downtime in order to recover from what most folks, are an ordinary things of life. Duncan Sparkle. And it kind of stuck. God, I want some Dunkin' Donuts now. God, thank you! Thank you, Cheese. God. Sparkly. Sparkle, sparkle. Another participant simply described their experience as having all your internal resources exhausted beyond measure and left with no cleanup crew. Loss of skills. Participants characterized autistic burnout with the loss of a wide-ranging array of skills, including thinking, remembering, creative, and executive plans, performing activities of daily life and instrumental activities of daily living, using vocational skills in school or work, socializing, regulating emotions, and living independently. They described these skills they had before the burnout that were lost during the burnout and sometimes did not return to baseline thereafter. For example, one participant shared, the way I define burnout is a regression of skills. For me, the really, really scary part of burnout is you don't know whether or not you're going to get those skills back to the point you had them before. Sparkle, sparkle. One of the things that I like for loss of basic skills is let me think. I used to be able to plan out what clothing I was going to wear and have it all set up and ready to go before like the night before. Now I'm lucky if I'm not running around like a chicken with her head cut off trying to find clothes before I have to leave. I could get myself up and dressed and ready to go pretty well when I was a kid, but ever since the burnouts, it's kind of reduced tolerance to stimulus. Participants describe being more sensitive than usual than environmental stimuli and less able to tune them out, increasing instances of overstimulation, increasing meltdowns and shutdowns, and an avoidance of stimulation, including social engagements, environments, and activities, even if those participants would otherwise enjoy. One participant describes some of their current burnout symptoms as very low sensory tolerance. Many routine noises have become quite painful. They're very difficult and taxing to access public spaces, shopping/errands, parks, and social gatherings. At one of the lowest parts of one of my burnouts, I didn't leave the house for 2-3 months. I think it's 30 days for changing the names around. Many artificial scents have started to make me mad, and I've had to make a handful of foods off limits due to texture. Another participant related a reduced tolerance to activities they stated they previously looked forward to and enjoyed. Sparkle, sparkle. I don't survive weddings the same. I don't enjoy them. Too much talking, too much sensory, too much interaction. Christmas is like hard. The significant difference between how I cope with the world before my high school burnout and now, I can never go back to the point where I was. Weddings and Christmas. Yeah, with me around Christmas time, I mentioned earlier, is I was able to handle it better when I was a kid, but now that I'm older, I can't. Num num num. Sparkling cheese. I still enjoy them, but it's harder to deal with. I like to get home for Christmas and spend a week on the couch because I did too much social interaction, too much noise. Hey, Haru, remember all the times that I'd like disappear after too much socializing? The attributions and dynamics described by participants are summarized in this conceptual model. Life stressors, masking, expectations. You can see that right there. They may be a little familiar, a little. Attribution themes fell under two broad categories of life stressors that added to the cumulative load experienced by participants and barriers to support that created an inability to obtain relief from the cumulative load. These two pressures would then contribute to expectations outweighing abilities, resulting in autistic burnout. Participants describe this process bluntly. For example, autistic burnout is a state of physical and mental fatigue, heightened stress, and diminished capacity to manage life skills, sensory input, or social interactions, which comes from years of being severely overtaxed by the strain of trying to live up to the demands that are out of sync with our needs. Participants describe a number of life stressors either relate to or exacerbated by being autistic that contribute to the cumulative load on their energy reserves. By far the most prominent life stressor was masking, or the need to suppress autistic traits or disability, or pretend to be non-autistic. One person explained, the metaphor I use is that a long-term camouflaging and masking leaves behind a kind of psychic plaque, in the mental and emotional arteries. Like, the buildup of physical plaque over time can result in a heart attack or stroke. The buildup of this psychic plaque over time can result in burnout. Expectations, especially around social pressures, also figured prominently and were interwoven with the masking theme, as masking was often a strategy used to meet family, social, vocational, or other mainstream expectations. Disability management encompasses the strategies participants used to compensate for their autistic differences, often in non-accommodating environments, such as overstimulating workplaces, change stress, those unpredictable life events, e.g., death or moving, as well as more predictable but significant changes, transition in adulthood. Impacts everyone. However, for the autistic people who may struggle with change, more so than the general population, these events were characterized by participants as requiring overwhelming amounts of energy to manage, and often described as triggering a burnout episode. Many participants report their first burnout experience occurring around the transition into adulthood. Wow! That was the time that I got diagnosed as autistic. Huh. I wonder why that coincides. Together, these life stressors add to cumulative load described in our data. Participants rarely attribute life stressors alone as the cause of their burnout, but just suppose them with an inability to get sufficient relief for those stresses. Hey, Apocalypse! One of the most prominent sub-themes was gaslighting, making a person question his or her own sense of reality. And dismissal. When a person realized their life had become unstable and asked for help, they were told their troubles were their own fault or dismissed. That happens to everyone. Hi, X. How are you? One participant revealed, for a long time, I was able to recognize this pattern of burnout, but I couldn't understand it. I was never able to explain it to other people because it sounded like I was being irrationally negative. I was just having mental breakdowns every few years, so it's bound to happen again soon. People were just trying to reassure me that I was exaggerating or making assumptions, but I usually turned out to be right. Participants also related struggling with boundaries. For example, not understanding that they were able to say no to tasks or expectations, how to negotiate their own limits with external demands, or understand how to self-advocate. For example, I don't have the words to describe to anyone what's going on or ask for help. People also talked about not being able to take breaks from particularly stressful aspects of their life, or not having access to external support or resources such as disability services, effective therapy, childcare respite, or even a diagnosis. Ooh, fun! Earthquake! I hope your cats are okay, too. Because I bet that stressed them the fuck out. Expectation outweighs abilities. Oh, wait. I would... Your inability to obtain relief or recoup the energy debt described in our data. Expectation outweighs abilities. This theme appears more often and more dominantly than any of the others through the corpus. Yeah, but it might have been a bit stressing on them more so. It wasn't good for them. Our conceptual model is an attempt to summarize the attributions described by participants and social media writers as funneling the tipping point to which expectations outweighed abilities and autistic burnout occurred. In other words, autistic burnout occurred when the persons felt what they needed to do became more than what was able to do given the combination of their existing resources. The cumulative load they were carrying, and their ability to replenish resources or access support. As one participant explained, don't expect us to keep operating at above peak level. We're like a light sedan car that's driven like a semi-diesel hauler. We're burned out when we're overdone. That's good. Especially with the way that U.S. infrastructure is. Based on these findings, structurally similarly but with different contexts, the ICD-11 defines workplace burnout. Our community academic team created the following definition of autistic burnout. Autistic burnout is a syndrome conceptualized as a result from chronic life stress and a mismatch of expectations and abilities without adequate supports. This is characterized by pervasive long-term, typically 3+ months, exhaustion, loss of function, and reduced tolerance to stimulus. Impacts. Participants. Shaky stuff. I remember one time a while back ago, years, we had an earthquake here. It was kind of odd because I just remember thinking, what's this? Because it was such a low one, but it was so odd, especially down here in Alabama. Participants discuss serious impacts of autistic burnout to their health, mental and physical, capacity for independent living, the ability to perform instrumental activities of daily living, sustain employment, sustain important relationships, etc., and quality of life. They also describe a lack of empathy from neurotypical people who do not understand or appreciate the burnout and often made things more difficult. For example, one participant described, "The burnout made me feel worthless because I went from being a functional member of society to someone who wasn't working. But at the same time, I wanted to work and my siblings were telling me I needed to work, and not being able to do that makes you feel like a burden. It makes you feel worthless. It makes you feel just not as, I don't know, worthy?" Have the instruction not sink from tsunamis. Of particular note, multiple participants discussed how their experience of burnout led to self-injuries, unaliving thoughts, or unaliving attempts. Say, yeah, being in an earthquake does sound fun when it's not that bad. On a particular note, okay. My situation became way too much. After I quit my job, I found it increasingly difficult to speak to people I don't know and became very depressed. I was told this was considered autistic regression by a therapist. Yeah. Was it cool timing? Well, I mean, it's just rocking you to sleep. It's the earth saying you need to rock yourself to sleep. Sarcasm. Yeah, there was worry that I went through autistic regression the few times that after I was diagnosed when I had my burnouts. I was unable to work for several years after this experience, and it attempted unaliving / spent time in the mental hospital before being able to get my life back in order. And in another person's words, I did not want to die. I've never wanted to die. I needed to remove myself from the environment and take myself elsewhere. But the only way I knew how to do it was to die, so I tried. But that's that one. Burnout versus autistic burnout. Because we're going into... We're gonna skip the two of these. That's not important right now. In the 1970s, Dr. Herbert Freudenberger, a German-born American psychologist, coined the term burnout to describe a state of physical and mental exhaustion caused by one's professional life. Dr. Freudenberger worked for 10 hours a day at his private psychologist practice, after which he would do a second full shift in St. Mark's Free Clinic dealing with youth with addiction and other health concerns. He was very attached to the other underprivileged and said it was their problems became their own. Once the clinic closed for the day, he and the volunteer staff would hold meetings far into the morning hours, after which he would go home and sleep for a few hours, get up and do it all again the next day. Damn. A year into the schedule, his daughter found him unable to get out of bed, hence his personal experience prompted him to define a condition which he was aware that others who were working more than was healthy for themselves experience. In 2015, the WHO included burnout in the ICD-10, the 10th revision of the International Classification of Diseases, and it became a clinical disorder. In 2022, the ICD-11 refined the term, describing it as a syndrome conceptualized as a result of chronic workplace stress that has not been successfully managed. It is characterized by 3 dimensions: feeling of energy depletion or exhaustion, increased mental distance from one's job, or feelings of negativity or cynicism related to one's job, reduced professional effectiveness. Burnout refers to specifically to a phenomena in the occupational context and should not be applied to describe the experiences of other areas in life. Do you think at this point phenomenon has become a thing with my stimming word? Because it's fun to say. Num 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 num. If ick, cause see. Yeah, oh, I know what it means. It's just trying to say it is a completely different story. The 6 main causes of burnout are described as workload being the main cause. All 6 causes of burnout are excessive workload, perceived lack of autonomy, being micromanaged, a lack of being recognized or rewarded, bad relationships at work, being treated unfairly, when your values and the company's values do not match. Efficacy. The funny thing is, I'll probably later on tonight, when it's bothering me, I will say it aloud multiple times correctly, and then I'll be mad at myself for not being able to say it currently. There are also other forms of non-official types of burnout. For instance, caregiver burnout is a feeling of deep exhaustion and stress after caring for another person/animal. Like all burnout, the main symptom is exhaustion, which does not abate. Autistic burnout differs from classic burnout. Dora M. Raymaker et al. 2020 defines autistic burnout as, and it's basically what we were reading before. Autistic burnout is a syndrome conceptualized as resulting from chronic life stress and mismanagement of expectations and abilities without adequate supports. It is characterized by a pervasive, long-term, typically 3+ months exhaustion, loss of function, and reduced tolerance to stimulus. Hi. Sorry, I'm starting the fidgeting movement since I'm not playing video games to move my hands as much. According to Raymaker, the symptoms include chronic exhaustion, loss of skills, reduced tolerance to stimulus. Describes the causes of autistic burnout as life stressors that add the cumulative load experience, barriers to support that create an inability to obtain a relief from the load. Based on these causes, it's easy to see why autistics would suffer from burnout, potentially both autistic burnout and classic burnout. But whereas classic burnout typically stems from work, autistic burnout occurs due to social demands, masking, and living in an accommodating society. Classical versus autistic burnout. Different conditions with different causes will result in different symptoms and treatment requirements. So it is important to know if we are in classical burnout or autistic burnout. Burnout usually occurs when the resources to meet one's life demands fall short of the ability to meet those needs. Being autistic adds a whole new layer of orders which non-autistics do not have any awareness. These include sensory, social, and communicative demands. It is a cumulative load. Describes that autistic burnout occurs due to chronic life stress and a mismatch between expectations and abilities. Like more regular forms of burnout, common among individuals in high-stress jobs or toxic work environments, and even among those in various caregiving roles. That results from chronic stress and consistent overexertion. Autistic burnouts can frequently follow periods of intense stress or prolonged exposure to challenging environments. But the stressors and challenging environments that trigger autistic burnout often include sensory overload, social demands, and changes to routine too. Autistic burnout is a social I'm having fun with that. Social demands it has three main causes: social demands, masking, living in an accommodating society. Like when I was saying during the time that I didn't leave the house for like 2 or 3 months, like I would, even the thought of having to leave the house to try and do something was panic inducing. Burnout versus autistic burnout. And it says 3+ months. It's 2 or 3 months. And we already covered that. Treatment: stop masking, get accommodations, reduce stimuli. But that's for that. I know I repeat stuff. But that's just because, get different perspectives. That's okay. We have 2 more articles. This is from an autistic burnout from the Autistic Advocate, which was mentioned in one of those papers earlier. I've struggled massively with writing this. It's ironic, really. In this article, I will discuss how to recognize and understand autistic burnout in children and adults as an autistic person, professional, parent, or carer. It's taking me 6 weeks to write an article about autistic burnout because I'm going through autistic burnout. If you saw someone going through autistic burnout, would you be able to recognize it? Would you even know what it means? Would you know what it means for yourself if you're an autistic person? The sad truth is that so many autistic people, children, and adults go through this with zero comprehension of what's happening to them and with zero support from their friends and family. If you're a parent reading this, I can confidently say that I bet no professional from diagnosis through any support services you've been lucky enough to be given has mentioned autistic burnout. Oh yeah, and the fact that the whole thing of the coming out as ADHD with a small imprint of also autistic gives me life because it it was just one of those things of I feel seen to some degree. Woo! If you're an autistic person, no one will have told you about it either, unless you're engaged with the autistic community. Yeah, I didn't find about autistic burnout until I was out of the other relationship. Nice. That's good. Yeah, Jaden Animation's just awesome. Autistic burnout is an integral part of the life of an autistic person that affects us pretty much from the moment we're born to the day we die. Nobody apart from the autistic community seemed to really know about it. I had some parents come to see me. It was just a chat. Their little boy was struggling in school. And they're looking for advice how to deal with the school. Somehow we got into talk about my experiences at school and on to my unaliving attempt at 14, which I described in graphic detail. We're not reading this aloud. This section, the Autistic Advocate, you could read it yourself. I don't want to be murdered by you two, please. She's thinking she might be okay. Yeah, it kind of goes over people's heads a lot of the time about girls with autism, so... How to hide your autism in an autistic education. My story was horrifying enough to them, I imagine, but I think what horrified them most is what had led me to that point in the first place. They'd never heard of autistic burnout. When I described to them what it was, they actually recognized a recent episode when it occurred with their son, and the more they looked back at his life, the more they started to recognize the pattern. They started to see how life for an autistic person is really a series of peaks and troughs. They now see how frequently he's been through it and how often they've pushed him to keep going through it unwittingly when he had no way of communicating what was happening to him. So what is autistic burnout? First, you may have heard of something called autistic regression. Autistic regression in itself is a horrible name and a terrible descriptor, and is often described around the time that a child is diagnosed or as the reason to seek diagnosis. A parent may describe the child as losing some or all of their verbal communication ability. For any person of any age, they may appear more typically autistic. I think that's one of the ways that I got diagnosed, because I was in a burnout period at college. As a child, milestones they passed, walking, toileting, verbal communication, may revert back to pre-milestone positions. The name autistic regression is completely wrong, though, as what it does not take into account that it can be and is often temporary, and is a part of the ebb and flow of an autist's life, causing the impact of society and the environment the person lives in, and is not permanent to return to a former or less developed state, as many would have you believe. There are, in my opinions, two distinct types of autistic burnout that feed into one another. The first is the termed social burnout. It is a frequent occurrence where just your day, just living, talking to people, being assaulted by senses, exhausts you to the point you can only collapse in a heap at the end of the day, or even the week, depending on your constitution. Remember, this won't be identical to everyone, but it certainly will be similar. This happens at any age, from baby up to old age. I am not sure if I want to read out the memories parts of this. I might as well. A memory, a bell rings from the end of the school day. The children are filing out of school, so I duck out into the woods and light a cigarette. I need the noise muted, filtered, and the wind does that, carrying the hubbub of the end of the day away from me. I'm an expert at this by now, staying downwind of the noise. My whole body is tired, lead boots weighing me down. My brain distinctly, reactions slacken. A day of talking and socializing, conversations with adults and children, timetabled and spontaneous. Running the conversational scripts in my head to full capacity all day long. I don't know if I'm being called out by that, the conversational scripts. Surrounded by noise, screaming children in the playground, shouting children, singing children, musical instruments, banging, clashing, the general commotions of the classroom, over the top, the druff of my heart in my ears and in my chest. Though for me, it was more, I have tinnitus, so I could hear ringing in my ears. Except I didn't realize that that was not a normal thing that most people did until I was middle school age, that most people did not have ringing in their ears at all times. The strip lights overhead, flickering constantly in pulsing waves, each one shooting through my eyes and down through my body. I can physically feel each pulse humming and vibrating. A vast array of colors and patterns on the brightly colored walls, covered with brightly colored work. The sun glaring through 40-year-old grimy windows, diffracted around the room, while billions of dust particles dance captivatingly, confusing my already overwhelmed eyes. And over the top of it, it's masking. Suppressing my reaction to all this, the urge to scream and scream and scream until I explode, wanting it all to go away. My face is still, good eye contact made. No matter how much it hurts, being constantly touch constantly, leaving my skin feeling like it's been repeatedly pressed by a molten hot grinding iron. And it's not over yet, though. 3/4 of an hour tidying and prep for the next day. It's time to leave. I'll get a lift with my colleague as the buses are so infrequent, so I have to maintain conversation. My colleague is lovely, though, and can generally sense when I can't speak. A 10-minute car journey often passes in vaguely comfortable silence, and sometimes like a tiny piece of decompressed time I get before home. When I get home, there's nobody there. Sometimes turning the key in the lock is the hardest thing to do. It's so heavy. The weight of the bag pulling my back down. My lead boot's heavier and heavier. I get through the door and drop my bag and crawl and stumble up the stairs and make it to the bedroom, collapsing on the bed without even the energy to remove my shoes. My eyes heavy, exhaustion pulling my lids shut. 3 years diagnosed, and I have no idea what's going on. This is my normal. Several hours later, when Michelle comes home, she finds me and wakes me, and I have enough energy to make it through the evening, just. My conversation is muted, though, like when someone asks a child what they did at school and they reply with nothing. I want to respond, I want to engage, but I have neither the ability nor the energy. I'm 26, and I've been doing this for as long as I can remember, practically every day the same. The days I can't do it, when I can't collapse in a heap, the worse it is the following day. I don't know what that is, because it's I have ad blocker for goddamn good reason. So I don't know what that's gonna say. Proxy server. So can you imagine this day in and day out? This is just everyday life, and this was pre-me having children. I've got 3 children now, and they're the light of my life, but how they've impacted me having the ability to recover day after day is immense. I could no longer collapse. I didn't have the capacity. The responsibility of having 1, then 2, then 3 children led me to mask and suppress even more, fighting through and resist the extreme, overwhelming shutdown my brain and body wanted to go into. You know, I might... Yeah, fuck. I'm not gonna bother. Okay, I might bother. Let me go to a different thing. Okay, it might be the photo book. It's not working or whatever. Anyways. Autistic burnout is exactly that. The shutting down of mind and brain. Having mind and body. If you've ever had a problem with a computer and it has had to go into safety mode, that would be describe what happens to the brain. It runs on limited function. Not all services are available. It has access to the internet. My Rolex is described in the inside autism world inside my head. Denied and unable to connect. No little white bars to indicate how strong or weak the signal is, because it's just not there. Physically, I often imagine it's the need for hibernation, where the body effectively stops all but the most important functions. The heart rate slowed, breathing distributed evenly and slowly, hovering over the precipice between sleep and death. Except through all this, you're awake and expected to function, expected to get on and live your life. So you repeatedly go back and do the same things over and over again. Put yourself through the exact same scenarios that caused you to feel like this in the first place. Rinse and repeat. Another aspect of this is that autistic people, for some reason, possibly related to masking and wanting to fit in, are incredibly eager to please. Part of that eagerness, especially for those who don't fulfill the pathological demand avoidance profile, is often the inability to say no to people. Thank you for not calling me out. So we take more and more on. We allow our plates to get fuller and fuller. Our anxiety heightens. Our sensory processing becomes more difficult to maintain. Our executive functioning abilities spin out of control. And again, this attributes to burnout. We aren't generally terrific at juggling plates. Yeah, we are incredible subs. But the thing is, people don't realize The sub has all the power. You're so cooked. To say, sub has all the power in the end, because they tell him how fast or slow or whatever the pace. Jeanette Perkins, who is an Australian autistic, is an absolutely wonderful writer and a member of my network organization, the Autistic Cooperative. Has written an excellent piece called Too Nice, Avoiding the Traps of Exploitation and Manipulation. In it, Jeanette says, there's an actual concrete reason we tend to be taken advantage of. It starts with the difference in communication between autistic people and neurotypical people. Autistic communication is generally on one level. We are honest, upfront, and do not often do things like manipulation and deceit. We do not lie, though many autistic people are capable of lying if they feel the need, but usually it doesn't come naturally. I'm thinking about me admitting to lying about saying that I had my stepbrothers and his friends try out that game. Neurotypical people, or Alice, if you prefer, operate differently in how they communicate. Their communication tends to happen on more than one level. It can be seen as a difference between visible light and infrared light. If you can only see the visible light, then it's hard to imagine what infrared looks like, even if you're aware it exists. These differences are not visible to an unaware or undiagnosed autistic person, so it leads to not only the full plate, but offers up the autistic person to all level of potential abuse and manipulation through compliance. I could talk right now about behavioral therapies such as applied behavioral analysis, ABA, or positive support, PBS, and how they take advantage of an autistic being eager to please and open to manipulate. But I'll save that for another day. Remember, ABA training was created by the same person who created gay conversion therapy. I mentioned in an autistic education about the fallacy of parents repeatedly sending their children into school, making the same mistake over and over again, watching as their child crumble before their eyes, yet unable to break the cycle even though they see what is happening to them. You have to go to work just as much as you have to go to school. Society demands it. Society demands compliance. Autistic people are doing this very same thing. We repeat processes constantly, which wear us down mentally and physically constantly each day without break. Some undiagnosed people unwittingly develop strategies to cope with this, the mask again rearing its head. But it all catches up eventually, and all because we are made to think that we have to. It's what people do. Society demands it. Society demands compliance. As I mentioned earlier, burnout covers all age groups. Autistic babies suffer social burnout as much as children or adults. Babies who do not wish to be touched, babies who are forced into eye contact, babies who are picked up and manhandled, babies who even have less of a filter than autistic adults and children to block out the overwhelming sensory sensations they're put through. If this is the everyday normal for an autistic person to one degree or another, from birth to death, what happens after an extended period of doing this? The second type of autistic burnout, it was, I think, you crash and keep crashing. If you imagine everything I've described above, the shutting down of your mind and body, but imagine it occurs over a period of weeks or months or even sometimes years. this is extreme autistic burnout, is usually the result of a day-to-day overwhelm combined with an event or trauma, typically the weight of life building to a point where the autistic person ceases to function. When I was 14, my autistic burnout was triggered by a combination of things. I'd reached the end of my tether with school. I just couldn't hack it anymore. I couldn't hold in the pain it was causing me anymore. I was in a constant state of sensory overwhelm. I was isolated, confused, and I didn't know what was happening. My grandfather had recently died too, which was a massively life-changing event for me. Did I mention that touch burns me? I remember when one of the worst one, autistic burnouts I had, touch began to actually burn me, where it hurt for people to touch. Well, at that point, the only person on the planet I knew about that could touch me without hurting was him. Albert Ferguson was the kindest, cuddliest man I've ever known, and I remember my eldest sister, who is also autistic, and I were forever clambering over him, rubbing his shiny bald head, breathing in the smell of his tobacco, and the 2 fingers of single malt whiskey. I'd lay there silent in his lap for hours while he regaled me with regimental details, battalion names, and numbers from his time in Burma during World War II. And days later, he'd test me on them, delighted when I could remember them correctly. Correctly, excuse me. When he died, he left a huge gaping cavity in my heart and my mind. One of the worst parts was that he was hospitalized for a long time before he died. And he died months, and I was not allowed to see him. I desperately sad he'd gone, but I also was incredibly aware that I had nobody to touch or be touched by. I resigned myself to a life of pain at that point, and could not conceive that I would ever find anyone else who wouldn't physically hurt me. So this combination, along with the overwhelming confusion of what was wrong with me, why I couldn't really connect with anyone, why people singled me out or played tricks or used me, of what the hell was wrong with me, and why I just kept hitting this wall over and over again, was what led me to crash and burn out. My physical body and mind started shutting down. I could feel each system in my body closing off as gravity got heavier than it ever had been. I didn't know what to do. I did not understand what was happening to me. I had no way of communicating this. It was like a switch had gone off. My verbal ability to convey what was going on in my mind and body was gone. I did not want to die. I never wanted to die. I needed to step out. I needed to remove myself from the environment and take myself elsewhere. I needed to escape. But the only way I knew how to do that was to die. So I tried. What I was feeling was not depression. I know that now. Some researchers are starting to listen to autistic people and starting to recognize that clinically, autistic burnout shares similar presentation to depression, but is a completely different, separate thing. As this study shows, they are seeing how masking or social camouflaging has a distinctive lead-in to a high unaliving rate, and also other mental health issues that are identified, sometimes wrongly in autistics. And as this study shows, how a lack of autism acceptance plays a huge part in that as well. The lack of distinction between autistic burnout and depression, in fact, the lack of recognition of autistic burnout at all outside of autistic communities, has caused many problems for autistic people. Many who have been identified as depressed have been and is still being put into psychiatric units. I said it earlier, like literally one word earlier. Psychiatric care, drugged, and then have developed mental health issues off the back of this. And what they really needed was a major sensory withdrawal / stimulation, depending on the person, acceptance, understanding, and rest. I've been taken multiple times to the GP by my mom and had from the age of 12 on various types of antidepressants, which looking back is actually quite horrific, but probably the indicative of the time where so little publicity and medically was known about mental health, let alone autism. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to make the distinction that autistic burnout is a separate thing from depression, and how important it is that it starts being recognized and addressed in society. Not all this means to imply that an autistic person cannot be depressed. That is not the case at all. Along with the things that cause anybody to depress, prolonged burnout can definitely lead to a depressive state, as indeed can, as the study above shows, a lack of acceptance. It is hard for that negativity to not be absorbed, especially by the people who are emotional sponges and highly reflective of the emotional state of the people around them. It is also not definitely. This is also definitely not to say that an unaliving attempt comes along as part of a package of autistic burnout, because it doesn't always. I've had periods of intense burnout where I haven't taken that measure. It is, however, indecently common among teenage autistics diagnosed or undiagnosed, and those who are diagnosed later in life. Recent studies showed that the prevalence of we covered this. But one of the things is, bearing in mind we make up 1% of the population, supposedly. With these, the prevalence of unaliving attempts among autistic people stands at 35% of the population, with unaliving idealization at 66%. With separate studies indicating that approximately 10% of all unalivings are by autistic people. Extreme burnout comes fairly regularly during an autistic's life, and there is a school of thought among the autistic community that when autism first becomes apparent to the parents, you know, the old, they're a perfectly normal toddler. Then they had their MMR between the ages of 2 and 5, when it became noticeable to most parents who don't know what they're looking for and have zero frame of reference that the child is undergoing autistic burnout. Their apparent autistic regression is because they have some kind of event, starting nursery, going to school, life, home changes, something sensory. It could be anything for individual children, some major to them, that change has overwhelmed us to the point that their mask, which starts establishing itself very early on, has completely dropped off. The mask coming off is exactly what happens during the autistic burnout period. Your autistic traits become more obvious as your brain goes into safe mode. You may become more inflexible. Your ability to mock eye contact may disappear completely. Your ability to socialize may be drastically reduced or go completely. You may sleep more, want to be on your own more, and bury yourself. Life just gets significantly harder, and gravity, as I mentioned before, just pulls you down more and more. Okay, a memory. Read this aloud. I left my job. Well, my job left me. I was happy there once for a long time. Then the rumbles of change started, people losing their jobs, major restructure. By the performance dips, I grow tardy and try and cover it up. It's half-heartedly noticed and commented on, which just makes my anxiety worse, and everyone's really too worried about their own jobs, though. I spend day after day not doing anything other than pretending to work, not because I'm not coping. My life is spiraling out of control, and all I can think about is the look of horror on my wife's face when I tell her I'm jobless. The lack of communication, the vague realization that the people you work with, the people who have actually helped make life feel sort of good over the last few years, are in competition now. All of a sudden, it seems like everyone is autistic. Nobody makes eye contact with each other. My replacement from elsewhere sits opposite of me. I'm here to train him. I'm offered my job, but it's a long way away. It feels like a final slap to the face. They know I'm autistic. They know I have Mariner's disease and can't go that far on the bus. What'll be a 2-hour journey every morning and night. I don't know what to do. then the click, the flick of the switch. I feel it deep inside me. I recognize with abject horror. I remember the feeling. I remember the lack of self-control. My mind goes into safe mode. I remember when I got fired from my museum job that I would literally, without fail, relive that day to see if I could have done something better. If I could have autismed better. Well, masked my autism better. Because when it came down to it, I had pissed off one of the higher ups with my autistic response. And she was the one that told them they had to fire me. And just reliving that over and over again for weeks, trying to go through, should I have said something different? Should I have done something different? And like not going through so many ways in my head. What do I do? How do I explain this to Michelle? I clutch my throat and my words are gone. They come back at a time later, and I'm able to tell her. The horror I imagined was there, but also love, so much love in those deep brown eyes. I was safe in them, the only eyes I'd ever been able to look at. Well, let's just say we have stories about that upper lady, about coming to work drunk and all this other stuff. And having power trips of when she decided she didn't like somebody, you were gone. It wasn't a question of why, it was a question of how soon. I was safe in them, the only eyes I've been able to look at. Eyes that I can distinguish the patterns in and lose myself in. I clutched her tight, the mask dropped off. I heard it slide on the floor and crack in half. The next few months were like wading through a trickle, physically, mentally, and emotionally, but equally I was wound tight as a spring. My sensory sensitivity was incredibly heightened. I couldn't tolerate noises, smells, too fast movement, anything really. Doing the simplest things exhausted me, and still at that point I had no real understanding of what was happening to me. I was an autistic man on antidepressants for the umpteenth time of my life, completely depressed, but not knowing how else to explain it. The truth is, I was relieved not to be at work. It gave me the opportunity to switch off, which I needed desperately. Had it not happened, I think I might have looked at this unaliving option again and negate the need to step out. It was around 9 months later I started to wake up again. My mind and body felt more alert than it had in years. Michelle and I had talked extensively about that period and the period after, and she sees the difference in me. She recognizes that I masked an awful lot with her from the moment we met, despite my attempts not to. And doesn't see it as me lying to her, but she understands I was doing what I did to survive and often unconsciously. My period of burnout saw me unable to function really at all. I was kind of vaguely absent father there, but going through the motions rather than actively engaging. We struggled financially. I started proceedings for constructive dismissal, but was so crushed and lethargic. And the proceedings went through a council process that was so massively bent in the council's favor, we gave up. I can honestly say that those months were torturous. We came within a hair's breadth of losing our home. I expect Michelle to ask me to leave, and wouldn't have blamed her if I did. But somehow we came through it, and I came out of it. I came out as someone desperate to know what happened to me. The pieces were falling into place that there must be a better way than this. There must be reasons for this. So I turned online, found autistic people, started talking and learning, and realized the ideas and narratives that had been floating around in my head actually existed in names and things like neurodiversity. I found the autistic community. I stumbled into this world metaphorically, my eyes shielded by my arm from the glare of the autistic gold shining back at me. I have not looked back since. How more? Oh, wow, this is a bit longer. And we're nearly at 4 hours and my voice is going, I can tell. Said earlier I wanted to talk more about autism and unaliving. Sadly, the two seem to go hand in hand, but not all unaliving amongst autistic people is directly attributed to depression because not all autistic people is depressed, as I mentioned before. Earlier, I touched upon my experience as 14, explained how it was less an attempt to unalive myself and more of a being backed into a corner and it being the only way to get away from the situation I found myself in. Anecdotally, I have talked to a significant number of autistic people about this, a few hundred, and have found their experiences match my own. It's not only in the why they had attempted unaliving, but in that, like me, they are pretty much constantly thinking about the ways they could do it. A memory. The noise of the traffic is too great. Cars are screaming past. One of those motorbikes that sounds like a giant broken hairdryer is gunning its engine unnecessarily. The sun is glaring down upon me. The warmth nice, but the light too bright, too strong. I don't have my sunglasses. A throng of people walking around like I'm a rock in a river with the current parting around me, but I'm being buffeted, jostled. My body is burning. And you know what? I'm not going to continue this. Nope. All right. Signs and symptoms. Y'all can read it for yourself. Because I feel like it's hitting a bit too close to home, and I feel like I've shared a bit too much today. You know, oversharing of myself. Signs and symptoms of autistic burnout. The warning signs of autistic burnout are actually quite easy to spot if you know what to look for. Either from an external point of view as an observer or a loved one, or internally from an autistic self point of view. Growing lethargy, an increase in irritability, an increase in anxiety, an increase in oversensitivity to sensory information, a dramatic decrease in sensitivity to sensory information, heightened auditory processing disorder, a decrease in verbal language, a decrease in text language, an increase in shutdowns and heightened withdrawal states, an increase in the frequency and severity of meltdowns, a diminished ability for the person to self-regulate their emotional state, the slowing down of thought processes, brain fog, memory loss. Yeah. A decrease in your ability to effectively communicate what you want, a decrease in motivation, an inability to generate momentum of body and of action, an increase of rigidity, narrowing of thinking, a feeling like your vision is tighter or narrower, extreme forgetfulness, extreme overwhelm, a massive increase in guilt, an increase in executive dysfunction, an increase in demand avoidance. I think that's the point. And one last thing. Autistic individuals have an increased the risk of chronic physical health conditions across the whole body. Yay! This one isn't as long. Autistic people have higher rates of chronic physical health conditions across the whole body and are more likely to have complex health needs, according to a study led by researchers at the University of Cambridge. Their findings, published in the Journal of Molecular Autism, has important implications for the clinical care of autistic people. Let's take another drink. Previous studies have shown that autistic people are dying far younger than others, and that they're more likely to experience a range of physical health conditions. Until now, it was believed that autistic people were more likely to have specific conditions such as gastrointestinal pain, sleeping problems, and epilepsy slash seizure disorders. The new study is different and it investigates a much wider range of health risks than have done before, and shows that autistic people experience a much broader range of health vulnerabilities than previously thought. Well, I mean, stress on the body isn't very good, and stress on the body leads to weak immune systems. Just throw that out there. Specifically, autistic people are more likely to have physical health conditions across all organ systems, including the brain, such as migraines. Thank you! Hate migraines. Gastrointestinal systems, for example, celiac disease, and endocrine system. In fact, for example, endometriosis, compared to non-autistic people. Dr. Elizabeth Ware, research associate at the Autism Research Center in Cambridge, who led the team, said the study emphasizes the increased health vulnerability of autistic people, both in the types and number of conditions they may have. We now need to understand the causes of these increased risks, which are likely multifactorial in nature. This is the first study to show that autistic people are more likely than non-autistic people to experience physical health multimorbidity, meaning that they have at least two or more physical health conditions. These include co-occurring fibromyalgia, which causes chronic pain throughout the body, polycystic ovarian syndrome, hello, which causes irregular menstrual cycles, infertility, excessive hair growth, and acne in women across different organ systems. The study, conducted by a team at the ARC, used an acronymized self-reporting survey to compare the experiences of 1,129 autistic people with 1,176 non-autistic people aged 16 to 90 years. The participants were international, though 67% of the participants were from the UK. The team found that autistic people were more likely to have diagnosed with medical conditions across all 9 organ systems tested compared to non-autistic people. Regarding specific conditions, autistic people had higher rates of 33 specific conditions compared to non-autistic peers. These include celiac disease, gallbladder disease, endometriosis, syncope, fainting or passing out, vertigo, urinary incontinence, emphysema, and iron deficiency anemia. Dr. Ward, a visiting research science at the ARC in Cambridge, conducted the analysis and said, "This research adds to the body of evidence that healthcare needs of autistic people are greater than those of non-autistic people. More research is required, particularly surrounding the early identification and monitoring of chronic conditions." This is also the first epidemiological study to show that Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, EDS. The thing is, I think I might have this, but it costs about $1,000 to get diagnosed. And yay for that. But I have one of the rarer ones that people... That's the opposite of having hypermobility. It's the not hypermobility. Because I am not flexible at all. What is it? The Um, I think it's this one. I haven't looked up in a while because I realized I don't have the couple $1,000s I need to be able to. Yeah. Might as well just search for it. Is it this? Yeah. No, it isn't a hyper joint. It's the opposite. So I'm not sure. My mind's dying on what it was. It was one of them. Because the contact, like my joints click, joint pain, skin that bruises easily. Group of, because it affects connective tissues, which causes symptoms such as joint hypermobility, loose joints that dislocate easily, joint pain, joint clicking, skin that bruises easily, extreme tiredness, digestive problems, dizziness, stretched skin, wounds that are slow to heal, organ prolapse, and hernias, which may be more common among autistic women than non-autistic women. New research also replicates previous findings to show that autistic people have higher rates of all central sensitivity syndromes, which are varied in a group of conditions that are regulated dysregulation of the central nervous system compared to non-autistic people. Central sensitivity syndromes include irritable bowel syndrome, temporal mandibular joint system. Maybe it's that. I have migraines. I have tinnitus. I might be confusing things. I am. No, that's around the jaw. Migraines, tinnitus, malgenic, chronic fatigue syndrome, and fibromyalgia. The new study also investigates the risks of physical health multimorbidity with the novel application of network analysis, a technique used to understand the relationships between different parts of a system. This analysis method is regularly used in neuroscience to understand how different regions of the brain interact with each other. In this study, an analysis assessed how often conditions from different organ systems occur together in the same person. In addition to highlight complex health needs, this analysis established for the first time that combinations of medical conditions that frequently occur may be different between autistic and non-autistic adults. These results in preliminary evidence that healthcare providers such as GP or family physicians need to be monitoring the healthcare needs of autistic people much more closely. Ha! Except I have to go only every once in a while because I don't have any. Dr. Carrie Ellison, Director of Strategy at ARC and member of the team, added, "These findings highlight the acute need to adapt the healthcare system to better meet the needs of autistic people. These results may be confirmed in a larger population-based samples." Professor Sir Baron Cohen, Director of the ARC, another member of the team, said, "We are aware of the risks of mental health conditions in autistic people. But this new research identifies their risk in physical health conditions too. We urgently need to reevaluate current healthcare systems to provide support for autistic people. Funding for this project was provided by the Autism Central of Excellence of Cambridge, Rose Trees Trust, the Cambridge and Peterborough NHS Foundation Trust, the Corbin Charitable Trust, the Queen Anne Gate Foundation, the MRC, the Wellcome Trust, and the Innovative Medicines Initiative. Anyways. Well, that ends our stream for tonight. Celebrating. And, like, I mean, I guess we're showing all the negative sides of autism, but I mean, I show the positive sides all the other times, right? Except when I don't. But I mean, the autism joy you get out of me, but now you get the scientific side of it. All right. Thanks, I also appreciate the bitsy bits. Bitsy bits bits. Sora's playing Neverwinter. Is it the like old game? No, it's the MMO. All right. Yep. Okay, y'all. This was Ishnai Ciarfox. I hope you have a good day or night whenever it is, wherever it is you currently are. If you're watching this on YouTube, please like, subscribe, and comment. All right. Let me get things going. But yeah, they are playing. They are playing. Excuse me if I said she. This is they. I am sorry.